Well, I should be live now. If I did this right. Started the live stream late. Um, Trying to get caught up on everything. And let's see, post a link for anyone that wants to join the stream. Does that work? It seems to be working. Okay, yeah. This was supposed to start at 10:25 a.m. U.S. Pacific time, and looking at my microwave oven, it says it's 1:40 p.m. I fell asleep. Finally, I've been needing sleep for so long, and it got to me, and somehow I didn't. I set alarms and stuff to let me know, and here I am late. Oh, maybe this is what happened to um, the Jesus of the Bible that said he was going to be back within that generation. Some 2,000 years later, maybe he hasn't woken up yet. Then again, maybe he's never waking up, or maybe the stories weren't all entirely true. But at any rate, the series is called All Gods Invited. This is episode 8. And the starting topic is, are the gods extinct? And looks like I'm going to be talking by myself. I don't know if anybody showed up earlier when it was actually scheduled time and was waiting for me. And if so, I really apologize for that. But what happened. Can't undo it. At any rate. So what I was thinking in regards to the extinction hypothesis, first off, I'm an atheist. I don't have any theism. I don't believe that there are any personal gods out there. I don't believe in any deities of any kind. I do think that there are things that are real that some people call gods. Actually, I know there are some things that are real that some people call gods. I don't know of anything that is real that I would personally call a god, at least considering how badly it would be misunderstood as being things that I didn't mean. In my own language family, I have a word for that. It's a pronoun, D. It's spelled D-I or D or D, depending on which pronunciation you want to use. And it's kind of short for deity. It is a pronoun that is meant to reference sort of deistic things or divine things, something that is divine, and not necessarily supernatural. Fuzzy Logic is here. Hello, Fuzzy Logic. If you would like to join the stream, please feel free to do so. I just posted a link to it. If you need me to post it again, if you're not seeing it there, just let me know. Otherwise, if you just want to watch while I talk all by myself, that's fine. Or, got any suggestions, throw them out there, because I don't see any other audience right now. So glad you showed up. So I've at least got somebody I know is there, because I'm not real good at the whole monologue thing. I mean, give me a monologue on a script, and sure, I can read it, and I can put some feeling behind it and stuff. But this is an unscripted show, and if I'm doing this without feeling like I'm talking to someone, it makes it very difficult for me. Um, so I'm doing the best I can with it. But at any rate, what I was thinking is maybe some portion of the God concept actually came from humans encountering other humans. Yes, StreamYard link. Here, I'll post it again just to make sure it's available on there. And yeah, good to be here. Enjoyed what you've said in the past. Thank you, Fuzzy Logic. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I was thinking, I mean, like take Neanderthal for example. Looking at the fossil remains, those that are experts in such things have determined that they were likely on average larger than Homo sapiens. Their skeletal muscular structure probably made them a lot stronger than Homo sapiens. They seem to be ahead of Homo sapiens on some things, which indicates they may have been slightly smarter than Homo sapiens, at least in some ways. Um, now, who knows? I mean, were they smarter in all ways or just in a few ways? But they made some advancements of their own, and it is entirely possible. Hello, dog. It is entirely possible that something like Homo sapiens could have been seen, could have been looked up to by early Homo sapiens. And I'm not sure how much overlap there was. The thing is, the fossil records show us, where there were enough of something that we're able to find, permineralized remains of some specimen. There may have been um, a lot of that kind around at the time they got fossilized, and maybe very few of them around for some time before and after the time that we have fossil remains for. So there may be more overlap than the fossil records can show us, which raises the question of um, might there be in the oral history of early Homo sapiens before they started writing things down, stories of Australopithecus, of Neanderthal, of Gigantopithecus, giants. I mean, there were stories of giants. Were they just made up stories? Were they just uh, larger than usual Homo sapiens? Were they another species of the genus Homo, or were they maybe Gigantopithecus or some other much larger than usual um, genus of a hominid, or a hominid or a hominin, something much closer to human than, say, for example, an orangutan or gorilla, possibly closer to human than a chimpanzee, uh, and yet not quite what most people would call human. um, Misidentified fossils like mammoth. Well, could be that some of the fossils have been misidentified. It happens, but my point is, though, I'm talking about, I mean, there are hypotheses that humans may have like dug up fossils, um, human or otherwise, human-like or otherwise, and went, hey, this is a really big bone. This must have belonged to some really big human, and and came up with stories of giants as a result. But I wonder if there might have been stories of giants that started when there were actually giants. That maybe there were a few examples of Gigantopithecus still walking around, and people. I don't know. Not talking about the Nephilim, although I can't say that that such stories didn't derive from maybe the same kind of thing I'm talking about. And again, I'm just hypothesizing. I don't know. But it does sort of make sense, though, that if there were even a few of such things, like the Bigfoot or the Sasquatch. I mean, what is that exactly? Is that a primate? It seems if it exists at all, it would likely be some sort of a primate, some sort of a very human-like primate. And maybe there is a small population of them out there, and they stay rather well hidden. Or maybe they're just myth. We don't have enough information to be sure one way or the other. And if there was something like that going on back when the population of Homo sapiens was very small, or maybe in some of the late ancestors of Homo sapiens that led to Homo sapiens, that had language and could talk to each other about such things. Maybe stories about giants got passed around. If you look in the Greek mythologies, the Titans were basically that. Those were giants, and and then the gods came after the Titans, but there was overlap. So it wasn't like the giants were replaced by the Titans. Like the Titans came along and the giants went immediately extinct. Although again in the Greek mythologies, there was a clash between the gods and the Titans, and it kind of ended the Titans. Now, I'm not saying that's a historical record of any kind, but it could be that there were similar stories long before the ancient Greeks made their mythologies about such things, and maybe some of those stories were based on people's actual experiences. Now, whether those experiences were, you know, like they're out picking fruits and an actual giant came along, or maybe they, woke up in the morning and remembered a dream, I wouldn't know. Again, I'm just hypothesizing. I'm, throwing possibilities out there. And what would have been a god to those people? Well, I mean, obviously they wouldn't have been speaking the English language because the English language hadn't evolved yet. Uh, they wouldn't have been speaking ancient Greek because ancient Greek hadn't evolved yet. But they may have been speaking, and they may have passed ideas around to each other. And I'm just, throwing out the idea that maybe whatever it is that people originally thought of as, or talked about as the things that have evolved in stories and in mythologies and whatever else into what we now call gods. Maybe they were real things and they're now extinct. Maybe there was a. I mean, it's obvious humans are domesticated for one. Homo sapiens sapiens, this single remaining subspecies of humans, we are domesticated. Just like domesticated cats and domesticated wolves, or what we commonly call dogs, which is a little confusing because the name overlaps with the larger category that includes wolves. But I should grab some water because my throat's a little dry. And let's see. Go off camera for a moment and just kind of gargle a bit of this. Excuse me. There, don't mean to be rude or anything, but my throat's giving me trouble, and just leaving that isn't very polite either. So, choice. But but yeah, I have to wonder if there might be some reality behind the God ideas, that maybe it has just evolved and grown over time, and the whole omnipotent thing is just blown out of proportion. Fuzzy Logic says, I think it's a fascinating idea, but what relevance does it hold to the God concept? Are you saying we evolved true stories of greater beings and evolved that into the God idea and the idea of God? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Not that it did happen so much as I'm saying uh, that maybe it happened. Um, there is that possibility. Yeah, I've got this live streaming on two different channels, by the way, and it seems Dog is in the live chat on one channel, and Fuzzy Logic is in the chat on the other channel. And there's a Ben Swartz said something about the God of the one wheel lives. I'm not sure when that was posted, but sadly, I think it's quite possible that Ben Schwartz left before I started this, because I started late. And again, I apologize for that. Um, but yeah, I'm thinking maybe just as one possibility, and a lot of possibilities run through my head, and I can't just articulate them all at the same time, obviously. But uh, one possibility would be, for example, if there was a particular group of hominins or hominids, a particular group of not necessarily direct ancestors of Homo sapiens sapiens, but something that could be easily uh, seen as possibly an ancestor of Homo sapiens sapiens, sometime in the past, some close relative of Homo sapiens sapiens, of some close relative of modern humans, that possibly enslaved modern humans, and or enslaved again an ancestor of modern humans, and or maybe not even enslaved so much as maybe they were like raising them as pets, but or something to that effect. But at any rate, took ownership of them. And hi, Robert X. Maybe it is a matter of changes that were encouraged by those owners that have made us humans so obviously domesticated. And there again, hypothetically, what if modern humans rebelled against those owners at some point in time, and even went as far as to wipe those owners out, and that and wipe out anything else that could potentially own them. Maybe there were multiple species of humans that are of again hominids of some kind, that kept humans as pets, as property, and thought us modern humans didn't mind it or liked it, and turned out maybe it wasn't the truth, it wasn't the case, it wasn't true. And maybe all of them got wiped out by modern humans as a result. Again, I don't know. Was there a war between pets and their owners? Um, but uh, But at any rate, I'm just hypothesizing. I'm just throwing stuff out there to think about, because people talk about gods like they're real, and maybe they were. I mean, maybe they still are, and they're just hiding. But I don't know why they would want to hide. Maybe the gods were real, and they just weren't anywhere near as unbelievable as the stories make them out to be now. And maybe maybe some of our ancestors wiped them out, or maybe, you know, they had a plague and just died naturally. Although there were so many different species of hominids and hominins, even species of Homo, for that matter, of the genus Homo, species of human. There were quite a few species of human according to the fossil records, and all of them are gone. I mean, there's so few left of even the the branches that were close to being human. And you know, we modern humans, this one subspecies of one species of one genus, we seem to be all that's left of humans. Um, Fuzzy Logic says sounds a bit ancient aliens, to be honest. Even if they were real, should we worship them still? And my answer would be no. I don't think they should have been worshipped in the first place. That might have been, again, it's all hypothetical, but if it did happen, that might have been what the rebellion was all about. You know, maybe modern humans were, you know, basically expected to worship because we were in some sense inferior, because we were able to be dominated like that, and you know, inferior or considered inferior. And maybe, you know, maybe some of them decided to rise up and say, no, you know, we are not going to be property, we're not, you know, necessarily inferior, and we're not going to just put up with this, and we're not going to be, you know, worshiped because we're told to. Hi, Wally Ignorant. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. um, and dog is oh, what is this? Oh, ich. How do you pronounce that? Itchik Hunt says maybe psychedelics had an influence on gods. Could well be. I would not know how that would have worked out. That's you know, another thing that could be explored hypothetically. Um, Influence directly on the gods, or influence on the perception of them. Either one. Influence on the stories of the gods, probably so. I'd say that's even unlikely not to have been the case. Did women walk about in woolly mammoth bikinis? Unlikely, I would think, Doug. Simply because of the fact that, well, it wouldn't have been very protective, and it would have been bulky. So it seems an unlikely combination to have been very utilitarian. Um, and I don't know, but I doubt there was a lot of concept of fashion back then. But couldn't say for sure. And oh, let's see. Um, Fuzzy Logic says, "Have you heard of the? I think it's called the Dogon tribe. I do recall. I'm pretty sure I do recall the name. Can't think of what it's a reference to. Says their stories talk of similar things. Um, uh, oh, so I pronounced the name pretty close. Thanks, Wooly Ignorant. Um, uh, near. Hi, one and all. Hello, Mubarak Abu Abu Sharifah. Sorry, Mubarak um, Abu Sharifa. Yeah, Mubarak Abu Sharifa. Got to work these things out. Ah, English is such a complicated language, and the phonetics can go so many different ways. Bikini invented in the 19th century, I believe, Fuzzy Logic says. Yeah, I think that's about right. Of course, it doesn't mean it, you know, that something like it hadn't been invented in the past and reinvented later. These things do happen. Of course, you know, something like it, no matter how close, probably wouldn't have, you know, probably wouldn't end up called a bikini if it was discovered, uh, you know, later on to have been invented and then lost. It might end up called that, but it probably would end up with some other name, just to not confuse the earlier incarnation from the later one. Um, Hard to say. But yeah, like I said, I really don't think, like back in caveman days and stuff, that it would have been very likely for people to wear stuff that was thick and heavy and um, uh, insulating and covered only small parts of their body. um, even gloves of that nature don't sound like they'd work real well. Or I mean, maybe like the equivalent of a loincloth or some sort of underwear. Although if they're not wearing it under anything, it technically wouldn't be underwear. Pants in the British sense, possibly. Um, yeah. Mubarak Abu Sharifa says Stargate had the best explanation for gods. But yeah, as far as science fiction works go, I don't know about the best, but I have to agree that the Stargate franchise had had a very well worked out science fiction explanation for gods, and more importantly, I think for the series, they had a very well worked out explanation, sci-fi explanation for finding human-like beings on other planets. And I can't help thinking that that was probably the main idea behind the series, um, is to be able to do space exploration like was done in Star Trek and run into uh, you know beings on other planets that could be played by human actors, again like on Star Trek, um, but not have them be so unexplainable like on Star Trek. And so they they had gods that could be played by human actors, and they had uh, aliens on other planets that could be played by human actors, and all of it explainable by the human form bodies all having been descendants of Earth humans. So yeah, it was a good work of sci-fi, very very well done. Um, Raquel Welch wore a woolly mammoth bikini when she fought off pterodactyl with a stick. Yeah, what movie was that in? I recall that scene as well, and I can't think what is the name of the movie that was in. People who take IU Casa. Oh, Fuzzy Logic says, "Oh yes, good point." I'm not sure which point was a good one or who said it, but okay. People who take ayahuasca can meet. Oh, I'm taking it that's some sort of a drug or a hallucinogen. Can meet some strange deities, one of which is a serpent around a tree. People still meet that serpent, which might explain why it pops up around the world. That would actually make a lot of sense. I have wondered about such things as well. That hallucinogenics, it seems, can give certain imagery, trigger certain parts of the brain, so people end up seeing or hearing certain things, and that might explain some of the mythological stuff, like this idea that everybody who dies and goes to heaven is going to be sitting on the same side of God on another throne. How can that even make sense? I mean, they're all going to be piled up on each other on that throne, or maybe they're non-physical and they're going to all sit in the exact same place. And why would they sit forever on a throne? I mean, what kind of a life would that be? I mean, I guess it's afterlife. Maybe it's not even a life. Maybe they're, like when people look up at the stars and they say some configuration of the stars is so and so who died. Well, they're not really living, then, are they? They're just kind of there. And yeah, so maybe, I don't know. It's a bit mysterious. Mm, Fuzzy Logic says, "This is why I enjoy listening to you. The way you um, slow a idea to go through to its completion." Well, I don't know if the idea has a completion per se. I mean, it's more of an exploration, and that's kind of like one of the things I like about science fiction is it's whole worlds that we can explore, and they have to be put together coherently enough to be called a world, or people won't find them interesting at all. And so there are whole worlds to explore that are literally boundless because they don't even have to be bound by reality. I prefer reality. I prefer things that I can learn about the real world, um, but it's hard to find new things in the world or in the real world. It's not that they're not out there. There's more that we don't know than that we do know, but it's hard to find the stuff we don't know. And with something like fiction, you can just make it up. No, fantasy fiction is not as interesting to me because it's just too far fetched. And I know a lot of people, don't like science fiction because they think it's too far fetched. But the whole thing is, science fiction has to at least try to at least somewhat make things mesh with uh, the basic underlying properties of reality. Fantasy fiction doesn't. It doesn't even have to try. And so, yeah, to me, that gets way more far fetched. Uh, Now I don't. I'm falling behind on the chat here, so I'm going to have to skip ahead or something. I think to catch up, but I want to try to go through some of this really quick. Itchik Hunt says the tree of life is depicted in a lot of ancient arts. What did and Dog says, what did God need with a starship? Yeah, that's out of Star Trek. What does God need? What does a God need with a starship? Um, and what do you think is the most accurate sci-fi? I don't know. Fuzzy Logic is asking, what do you think is the most accurate sci-fi? I don't really watch a lot of fiction myself. As far as what is the most accurate, I would say probably sci-fi that's indistinguishable from reality. That maybe they might be talking about the future, but there's nothing in it that would seem far fetched to a sci-fi fan, and nothing that would seem far fetched to a fantasy fiction fan either, and nothing that would really seem far fetched to say, for example, a scientist. If you can do sci-fi that fits those three qualities, it's probably pretty accurate. But off the top of my head, I can't think of any science fiction that fits that description. What 1 million years BC? Oh, is that the name of the title of the movie? That does sound familiar. South American hallucinogen. Okay, so that was a hallucinogen being talked about. Feels real when experiencing it. Yeah, it would, because everything we experience in our nervous system. Now, I could say in our brain, but I hesitate to do that because there is more to the nervous system than the brain, and it all talks to each other. For example, the enteric nervous system is substantial, and that is, it's our basically our gut brain. We have enough nerves talking with each other in our guts that it could be considered, in a sense, a second brain. um, not not anywhere near as many neurons as in the brain in our heads, but nonetheless, enough to be able to do some of its own thinking and feeling. And when people say they have a gut feeling, it's entirely possible that that's more accurate than most people realize. That they may literally have feelings that are coming from the neurons in their guts, that have not only been uh, triggered by things like what kinds of foods they ate and stuff like that, but also by things their brain was thinking about and sent signals down into the guts to, like, prepare for certain things, and then the guts actually thought about those signals and what do they mean and how do we feel about that stuff, and then sent signals back, because it is an interconnected system. But yeah, our brains actually model the world based on what our senses receive, and try to give us the best model of reality that it can, based on what the brain thinks the world is like. And so we pretty much literally see what we expect to see, in a manner of speaking, although some things can still end up quite unexpected. But if people believe in ghosts, they're probably going to see ghosts. Because they're, if at their deepest level their brain thinks such things are real, any experience that comes close enough that the brain is going to think, a ghost figure is going to be the best model of what you're experiencing, that's how you'll experience it. And so if a hallucinogen, um, even a trace amount of it, triggers something that would feel like a ghost-like experience, it's entirely possible that the brain will translate that into an actual ghost experience and make it seem as real as if they hadn't taken any hallucinogens. And of course, the brain produces various chemicals of its own that resemble hallucinogens, which is one of the reasons, as I understand it, why hallucinogens are able to do what they do, because they resemble brain chemistry. And so the brain can actually trigger something like that all on its own. It's generally better if it doesn't, so we don't, deceive ourselves, but can happen. Dog says the most realistic was Buck Rogers in the 24th century. In a lot of ways, that was very realistic. Yeah. In a lot of ways, it wasn't, but it was more or less like a futuristic soap opera, in my opinion. And that's one thing I don't like about soap operas, is that they're too realistic. I mean, to me, watching a soap opera is kind of like watching real life. And there again, they've got some far-fetched stuff too. And it's not uncommon for soap operas to have, ghosts and things like that. But the vast majority of watching a soap opera is literally just like watching real life. And it's like, to me, if I'm going to watch real life, I'm going to live real life while I'm doing it, not, just sit there and watch. And so as a way of taking a break and being entertained by fiction, soap operas just tend not to do it for me. Mubarak Abu Sharifa says, are those imaginary coming from people's beliefs, or are they something stored in our primitive minds? Well, that is a very good question. There seem to be a certain amount of inherited ability to perceive certain things. For example, a newborn baby seems to be able to recognize a face right away. And there have been some studies, I'm not sure the details, if anybody wants to look them up, they can find out for themselves. But off the top of my head, it seems to me that the T shape of the face is something that that babies can recognize right away. And changes in that overall shape, the eyebrows moving, the mouth moving, various changes in that overall face configuration. There are certain perceptions of, this variant means angry, and this variant means sad and whatever. And I mean, I'm not saying that the words, but just the basic concepts that if you if you look at a baby, a newborn baby, and you smile at the baby, they'll probably smile back. If you stick your tongue out at them, there's a very good chance they'll stick their tongue out at you. Um, Now, is sticking your tongue out an emotion? Probably not really. Is there some emotion associated with that from from our ancient ancestors? Maybe, maybe not. But but this ability to mimic stuff like that might have been helpful in some ways. When it came to uh, teaching a child how to communicate, might have been also helpful in making sure that the child stayed safe and got nutrients and things like that. And of course, the stuff that we have instinctually that we're born with because we inherited it, what we learn is built on top of that and sometimes has to override it. Dog says good sci-fi has to have past lore and a realistic timeline. Generally speaking, yes. And what's realistic, of course, varies by opinion. Look up the spirit molecule on YouTube. Very interesting. I think I'm vaguely familiar with that. I'm not sure, but I think that's kind of old and that I've seen it a long time ago. Itchik Hunt is saying that. Any rate, I'm just saying I think I've encountered that, but I'm not real sure. Um, if if I'm right about it, I don't think it impressed me much, or I'd be more sure of it. Um, Red Barrel Writer says religion and science fiction have some things in common too, and fiction can be uh, prescient, prescient. I'm going to look that word up. I'm thinking it might be a typo, or maybe it's a word I'm just not recognizing. Define prescient. Wait, is that like precognizant, prescient? Hold on. Having or showing knowledge of events before they take place. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I started to recognize the word as I was starting to type in define it. Uh, yeah, I haven't seen or heard that word used in quite a while, but I am familiar with it now that I think about it. Religion and science fiction have some things in common too. Science and fiction can be prescient. It can seem to be. I mean, I don't think it's really like knowing things in advance, because it's kind of like lottery tickets can seem to be prescient as well, in that sense. The winning lottery ticket seems to be prescient to the person who, has been buying lottery tickets for a long time, thinking I'm working this system out. I'm going to get the right number sooner or later, and then they get the right number and they're like, "See, I told you." But no, if the numbers were picked randomly, they didn't really know what the number was going to be. They made a good guess, and maybe had some reasoning behind their guess, but it's essentially still a guess, and still got lucky. Um, I think religious authors could get this. Red Barrel Writer again, continuing in the same one. I think religious authors could get the future right in the same unremarkable sci-fi author in the same unremarkable sci-fi authors sometimes do. Yeah, same unremarkable way that some sci-fi authors do. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and fantasy fiction authors likewise. They're going to get some things about the future right when they write stuff about what's supposed to be a future or a possible future. And they'll occasionally get some things about the future right, even when they're not trying to write about the future. Like, for example, if they're trying to write about a completely imaginary place, or they're trying to write about, some faraway planet. Um, now, will we have lightsabers someday? Um, who knows? If we end up with something that resembles them enough, I'm sure some people are going to go, "Oh, look, Star Wars predicted that." But Are they going to be powered by midichlorians? Probably not. Um, the gist of it, at least, uh, like Jules Verne, is a continuation of what Red Barrel Rider said. I think the gist of it, at least, like Jules Verne got the gist of it. Nothing supernatural, just dreaming of future possibilities and sometimes getting it right. Yeah, I mean, I've always felt that I was born way, way, way too early. You know, that, I mean, for me, now don't get me wrong, my being in this time might be of some help to the people of this time, and therefore help to the future. And I'm glad I can help the future in any way that I can. And I'll do my best to, try to steer time in a good direction. But in that sense, I've always considered myself a time traveler, because I've always considered myself to have been someone who would have been much better off born in the future. And um, but I recognize that from this particular past that I'm in, this particular point in time, the reality that I ended up in, a lot of different futures are possible, and the choices we make decide what kind of a future um, our world, our humanity will move into. And so, it's kind of like if somebody says, if you were sent back in time, to when Adolf Hitler was born, if you witnessed Adolf Hitler's birth, would you, like, kill baby Adolf Hitler to prevent World War II? And my answer is no, because that wouldn't necessarily prevent World War II, and the baby didn't do anything wrong. Um, and besides, just doing as much as maybe, smiling at that baby's, one of that baby's parents might make enough difference, might change things enough, sort of a butterfly effect, that that might even avoid World War II, because you're far enough back from that tipping point in the future. And if you could stick around and try to teach, baby Adolf Hitler something, even if it's too early in his life to be able to hold a conversation with him, or even if it's, it's maybe late enough in his life that you could hold a conversation, but maybe you don't speak the language. Regardless, it is possible you could still talk to him, let him read your facial expressions and your tone of voice, and help guide his path of learning enough to set him in a different and hopefully better direction. And that would make a whole lot more sense to me than killing an innocent baby. I mean, the baby didn't do it. Um, Robert X says 30 years ago, nobody would have said a smartphone would be possible. PCs were huge. Yes, yes. Well, I wouldn't say nobody would have said it was possible. There were people who, envisioned, because computer technology was getting smaller already. I mean, the ENIAC, for example, was quite a bit larger than my apartment. And, a digital wristwatch that does nothing more than tell time has more computing power these days than that huge computer did. So, that was the first, if I'm not mistaken, the first computer to use electronic tubes, with the air sucked out, and what they call a vacuum tube. Not a vacuum tube as in like a tube that sucks things up, but just a tube that has more or less a vacuum inside. And the idea behind having the air sucked out was to keep the filaments from burning out as fast. They weren't a perfect vacuum, and those filaments did still burn out. But they were able to keep the filaments working long enough to do a computation or two, before they had to change a tube. Needless to say, the ENIAC had to have constant repairs. And computers not long after that also were subject to having to be repaired pretty much constantly. But they were repairable. They were designed to be repairable, that you could pull out a burned out tube and switch it with another one. You could, take a logic probe or something, and then go around the circuitry and try to find where is your disconnect, and go, okay, we're not getting the connection we should right here. This must be the tube that's bad. Take it out, switch it for another one, turn it on, see if it works. And Red Barrel Writer is correcting something in an unremarkable way. I thought that was what I had read. Oh, same unremarkable sci-fi author. Yeah, I inserted the word way. Yeah, same unremarkable way sci-fi authors sometimes do. Yep. Caught that, Red Barrel Writer. Okay, moving down. Let's see how much. Oh, gee whiz, there is so much chat here. I'm never going to catch up with you guys. Maybe, yeah. Wow. Thinking maybe I should just since I was late starting the show, just go until everybody gets tired of being here and all the chat, everybody leaves the chat, and then just keep reading this stuff until I run out. You think I could do that? Probably bore people watching it. Oh well. Where was I? Dog says most accurate sci-fi sound wise was the reincarnated Battlestar Galactica. Oh, talking about the is that sarcasm, Dog? Because vacuum of space. I mean, yeah, they had some nice sound effects, some rather impressive sound effects, until of course you think about the fact that they're shooting at each other in the near vacuum of outer space, and the near vacuum that they're shooting through would have had very few molecules bumped into by their projectiles or laser blasts or whatever else they happen to be using. And so yeah, a microphone wouldn't have been able to really pick much, if any, of that up. It would have been pretty close to silent. Now, maybe they've got, I mean, if you wanted to excuse that, and this would be a good sci-fi plot, and could be tested, in an actual vacuum to see how well does this work. Stick a microphone in a vacuum and try to, get the most sensitive microphone you can, and isolate it as much as you can from being able to pick up stuff from, like what it's attached to and things like that. Hang it from a spring attached to a sponge attached to another spring or something like that, and try to see can you pick up sound in a vacuum, and if you can you amplify it enough to make such sound effects out of it. Maybe, because again, it's not going to be a perfect vacuum. Outer space is not a perfect vacuum. It is basically, it's as much of a vacuum as the gravitation of nearby objects could make it. And now, when I say nearby, that's sort of a relative thing. I mean, for example, the way I see it, there's probably more of a vacuum. I mean, Earth, for example, has a certain amount of, Earth has gravity and Earth has an atmosphere. And as you go away from Earth, the atmosphere gets less and less and less. I think there's probably a distance that you can get to where, of course, we've got the solar winds. Our sun is blowing stuff away. There's certain distance you can get to where the solar wind is going to have more of an effect than the atmosphere that's just hanging out there, barely any atmosphere at all, and then that's going to get sort of blown out of the solar system. And so the solar system has a certain amount of vacuum, and then out to a certain distance, that's going to get less, because because the solar wind dies down, and that the effect of the solar wind will reduce, and so then you've got atmosphere, if you can call it that, molecules of what could be atmosphere being pushed away by the solar wind, but not enough to keep the gravity from pulling them back, the gravity of the sun, from pulling them back. And then, of course, you so you might get a little bit more atmosphere there than you would otherwise. Again, probably not detectable to most instruments. And then you go out farther than that, and you get to where the gravity of the sun would be. I mean, obviously, there's going to be like atoms and molecules that aren't going in the right direction to even be able to fall in toward the sun, but those that are, the gravity would sort of assist them along that way, enough to override the solar wind until they reach that point where the solar wind is stronger than the gravity. And so when you get to like interstellar space out in the galaxy, that would have a different level of air pressure. And then when you get to intergalactic space, that would have again different levels of air pressure, because the gravity of galaxies is pulling stuff. And again, what direction? I mean, if an atom or a molecule is heading like perpendicular to a galaxy, it might just orbit around the galaxy, so to speak, or at least have a curve that would resemble an orbit, rather than falling in, because gravity doesn't just suck stuff up. It's not how gravity works. Well, how exactly it does work, I mean, I don't think anybody really knows, but at least math-wise, Albert Einstein described it as a curvature of space-time, where basically things are, in a sense, falling out of time and falling into space. That there's a time dilation involved. You lose a little time and you gain a little movement. Any rate, moving on. Good book to read is the Immortality Key. Itchik Hunt is saying this. Immortality Key by Brian Murarescu, if I'm pronouncing that more or less right. Talks a lot about the connection between religion and psychedelics. I am not familiar with that book. Yeah, could be interesting. Red Barrel Rider says, today we routinely do things that were once thought possible only through miracles, even healing the blind. Absolutely, yeah. If we could take a small team of people back in time, to when such things were considered to be miraculous, that team of people would almost certainly be seen by those who encounter them and see them doing such things, and see evidence that they've actually done such things, as being a group of gods. That would, they'd be seen as a pantheon, and there's probably nothing they could do to avoid that. If they could speak the local language, they could maybe explain to the people that they aren't gods. And I'm guessing that the people they're explaining that to would see that as ridiculous, as ridiculous as if they were trying to say, no, we're not actually healing blind people, it just looks like we are. Red Barrel Rider says, from this perspective, gods are fictional characters, but they are also ways of imagining what it would be like to share the world with vastly superior intelligences that might not be far. Religion is another storytelling genre, like sci-fi, in a lot of ways. I absolutely agree. And there again, if there were actually humans or hominins or hominids that ruled over some, some ancestors of Homo sapiens sapiens years ago. Maybe they discovered, maybe they were the first ones to discover fire, for example, and maybe they used the fire to, scare our ancestors into submission, and then ruled over them and domesticated them, and might have seemed like gods at the time because they can control this scary thing. Until of course generations grew up around that stuff enough, to not be scared of it, and of course, if there was some innate fear, like instinctual fear of fire, anyone born with a genetic mutation that precluded that let them grow up without that innate instinctual fear of fire wouldn't have been so scared of it, or maybe wouldn't have been scared of it at all. And eventually, those being ruled over by the fire bearers might have just rose up and grabbed the fire and done stuff with it that the fire bearers wouldn't dare, because they were maybe still somewhat scared of it. Because I mean, not so much instinctual fear as learned fear, because they knew it could hurt people, and they knew it could be dangerous. Again, hypothesizing, but I think it's worth thinking about that. Maybe there were characters, creatures, beings in the past, that we could legitimately point to and say, hey, those are at least as much gods as the Olympians, not meaning the Olympians as in like the gods of Mount Olympus, but the Olympians as in people who won the Olympics. That you put people in a contest of strength and speed and agility, and those that come out on top, you say, oh, those must be the gods. And that concept, and for those who don't know, that is a concept that people had way back when, that the gods walked among people and were seen as ordinary people and passed themselves off as ordinary people, and maybe even some of them thought they were ordinary people, but they were really extraordinary people. And that you wouldn't know that unless you had the chance to see their abilities pushed to their limits. And so you give them a contest like the Olympics, and people could show which ones of them were extraordinary, and therefore which ones were maybe gods or demigods, or could be seen or thought of in such ways. One way says, why would you invite Yahweh? According to the Bible, that would annihilate you. I'm glad he didn't show up, aren't you? Well, if Yahweh is real, I would rather Yahweh show up and annihilate me publicly and let the people see, that Yahweh is real and what the nature of Yahweh is, then for people to go on believing that, Yahweh is real without evidence, and go on believing that Yahweh is not real without evidence, and go on believing that Yahweh is good without evidence, and go on believing that Yahweh is evil without evidence. People believe all kinds of things about Yahweh without any evidence at all. I would rather them have some evidence, and if that would cost me my life, I'd say that was not so much valuable to me, but valuable to humanity, and I'd be willing to make that sacrifice. Be sad for me, but good for humanity. And I am doing my best to help humanity have a better future. That bit of evidence, I think, could go a long way toward helping make that happen. So sure, if Yahweh wants to come on the show and annihilate me publicly, Yahweh is welcome to do that. I would prefer that Yahweh be civilized about it and come on the show and hold a conversation. But if annihilating me is the best Yahweh can do, then yeah, then and consider me, if and when that happens, to be post-mortem laughing at Yahweh for not having been able to do any better than that. So, Red Barrel Rider says, "How convenient, LOL." Is that in reference to the Yahweh showing up and annihilating me? Yeah, pretty much. How convenient. Yeah, that it would be better if Yahweh doesn't show up. No, it's not better if Yahweh doesn't show up. Better if he does, or she does, whatever. John Smith says, after watching your previous videos, why do you appear to be mentally ill? Are you playing a character? Well, if you are a mental health professional and you're diagnosing me, considering that all you've seen of me is videos I'm making, that would seem rather unprofessional of you. If I appear to be mentally ill and you're not qualified to make that diagnosis, then I can probably just kind of brush that off. No, I'm not playing a character. This is actually me. I I do play characters from time to time. It's something I'm occasionally hired to do. Haven't taken such jobs in a while. With the pandemic going on, I really don't want to be out there. I'm older. My health isn't great. I'm kind of a high risk category. I would rather not be out there, doing the acting work with no mask on, risking getting seriously ill. And so coming on a video and doing that sort of thing, playing a character, yeah, if I wanted to play a character on here, I could, but no, I'm just being me. Why are there no caveman ghosts? Yes, Doug, that is a very good question. We have evidence of cavemen and dinosaurs, for that matter. T-Rex. Why are there no T-Rex ghosts? Now, I know some people say the reason is because they don't have a soul. Well, why not? I mean, what? Seriously, they're what chemical difference is there that would preclude a soul, or what anatomical difference is there that would preclude a soul? I mean, humans and bonobos, for example, are almost identical. Bonobos are smaller. They're like small furry humans, basically. Um, they're I mean, it's not to say they're so close to identical that people can't tell them apart anatomically. I mean, that if you shave all the hair off of them, that people would think they are human. Actually, some people would think that they're just small humans if you shaved all the hair off of a bonobo. But at least experts would be able to tell them apart, at the very least. And so I'm not saying that the differences are completely unsubstantial, but there's nothing, no huge differences. Humans and chimpanzees, again, very, very close to identical. And the human and a gorilla, well, there's some pretty obvious differences there. In a lot of ways, you could say the gorilla is superior to the human. I mean, if you put them in a battle with each other and gave them weapons, the human would probably win because they'd figure the weapons out sooner, most likely. But if you put them in a battle with each other without weapons, the gorilla would almost certainly win that battle. Let's see. John Smith says, did you ever get the job at Universal? Did the security guard pull some strings with the higher ups? Nope, never did get that job at Universal Studios. And I think they're closed down right now from, because of the pandemic. I'm not really sure. Sunflower says, I'm a young man with a great head on my shoulders, a good career, and a beautiful girlfriend. Okay. Not sure how that fits into the conversation, but good for you. Sounds good. Red Barrel Rider says, John Smith, your comment says more about you than about him. I'm sensing some projection. Cute, cute. Uh, Cafe says, "Oh, gee whiz, am I so far behind that nobody's actually saying anything anymore?" I'm gonna try to look and see. Um, Maybe I'm just reading through the chat until it runs out, which I had said I might do. Was kind of kidding, kind of not. Uh, Hypothesizing. Um, well, I don't know which one is which. Um, um, Dog is still there, I think, and well, Ben Schwartz just said something. So yeah, I'll keep trying to catch up for now. I could skip ahead. If anybody wants me to skip ahead, say so. Although I won't probably see that until I reach that point. Uh, I might skip ahead before then anyway, and then miss the thing saying skip ahead. Let's see. Cafe says spiritual molecule refers to DMT. Oh, that's what that's about. Okay. Um, One of the most powerful psychedelics on the planet. Um, Procedures, direct experiences of God, profound enough to convert atheists. Yeah, see that would be an example of fooling one's self, and I feel sad for people who can be so easily fooled. Um, because yeah, our brains are capable of um, all kinds of things that they generally don't do, because because those things would uh, likely do us more harm than good. Like, for example, if the brain convinces us that something is real that isn't, um, probably not really good for us. And if you mess with the brain's chemistry, sure, you might be able to trigger the brain to do some of those things that it would otherwise refrain from doing. And could you gain some insight that way that most people would generally not gain? Sure, it's a possibility. I wouldn't personally recommend it. I'm not a mental health professional or anything like that. I'm not a medical doctor. I have no authority to speak on such subjects. But my own personal opinion, I would caution against it. And as far as the benefit to humanity, I think it's enough that that we do have people who are mental ill and may have such advantages already that could be taken advantage of, because their brain already does some of the things that otherwise human brains would generally refrain from doing. And we also have people who may be bordering on mental ill and not actually mental ill. And again, I'm not speaking from the position of any mental health professional or anything like that. This is just my knowledge and understanding as best as I can analyze and portray it. um, but there is a diversity of human thought out there, and human thought ability, and that diversity is very valuable. Sometimes bits of it can be dangerous, and that is a reality that we have to deal with. They, I'm not much for old sayings, but there is an old saying that there's a fine line between genius and insanity, and I think there is probably some truth to that. At least in the sense that being able to come up with things that are really really innovative, or to think in ways that most people can't think, and discover the things that therefore most people would never discover, um, can be a little more likely if a person thinks in ways that are not usual, not normal. And not only could that be helpful if a person has differences in their brain chemistry or brain anatomy that might in some ways resemble that of somebody who would be considered by a professional to be mentally ill, but possibly even someone who actually is mentally ill might, maybe have some advantages in that respect. And if humanity ever gets to the point of maturity where they can, make use of things like that, rather than like, locking people away because because they're considered to be a danger to themselves or others or whatever, instead be able to, treat them and teach them and make the best use of them possible, um, to better the future of humanity. um, I think that would be a good thing. At any rate, let's see. Hitchikunt is cafe. Whenever psychedelics are mentioned, you always show up. It's funny. Um, why isn't the Bible in the sex education section of the library? Well, considering Yahweh's sex ed lesson that he gave to Abram before the name change, I think he was teaching him to do it wrong. So that might be why. Um, maybe because the Bible didn't get it right. Um, just my hypothesis. Uh, Red Barrel Writer says it's different though, because when sci-fi authors envision the future, they are attempting to extrapolate from the present, not simply shots in the dark. Yes, yes. That is, as I was saying about sci-fi earlier, that um, science fiction fans are picky. They examine things, and I mean, a lot of people don't understand that. That when they're watching sci-fi with somebody who really likes sci-fi, and the person who really likes sci-fi is the one who's criticizing stuff on the show that they're watching, and the person who doesn't know sci-fi well, or doesn't like sci-fi, they're wondering, like, why does this person like this stuff so much if they see so many errors in it? Well, the reason is because sci-fi is designed for that audience, in a manner of speaking. That it's fiction um, that has the added restriction of having to look at the underlying way that reality works, and try to plug as many of the holes as they possibly can, and reduce the number of things that the science fiction reader or viewer would spot as, this is just wrong, this couldn't happen. And so they go out of their way to uh, make it conform to the underlying reality of the world we know as much as they can. And where they can't make it do that, then they'll try to find some way to excuse it or brush it aside. There's something, I think it's called, like, shining a lamp on it. This is something Kent Hovind does in his creation seminars. Well, where he'll tell people, here's how you fool people, and then he'll demonstrate fooling them the way that he's going to fool them throughout his seminar. And that way, they're expecting, they think he's warning them, watch out for other people doing this, so they don't notice he's doing it to them. And he'll tell them, here's how you brainwash people, and he'll demonstrate brainwashing his audience. And then he'll tell them, now I'm going to unbrainwash you, and show them how he can point out the way that they've been brainwashed. And that way they don't see him as the threat, so they think he's pointing out another threat. And so that's out of the way. It's like, don't watch out for him brainwashing us, because that's already been explained away. He shined a lamp on it, put a spotlight on it. And that happens a lot in sci-fi, where some character will say, well, that's just not possible. Well, but it's happening, so obviously it must be possible. Yeah, within their reality. And of course the reader or the viewer has just had a spotlight shined on the fact that someone within that story thinks that isn't possible. So if their own brain as a reader or a viewer is saying that's not possible, well, that's already been acknowledged inside of the story that it seems not to be possible, but there it is happening in the story. So now we can go on and watch the rest of the story or read the rest of the story, and maybe somewhere along the way it'll explain how it is possible. And if it never does, it never does. But it gets that out of the way. Dog says, was on my own in the other chat, extremely confusing. Sorry about that, Dog. Did you switch over to the other chat? I'm not sure which chat is the busy one. Let me look and see. Well, oh, I see. Okay, so you were in the one from my channel that has more subscribers. Yeah. My older channel has like 400 and something subscribers. It had at least 600 and something, almost 700. Might have even been as high as 800 at one point in time. I haven't been putting stuff in it, so it has lost subscribers. And I have meant to change that, but I've been busy with a lot of stuff and just haven't done it. And so I thought I would try streaming this on both channels at once, and maybe oh yeah, I wanted to mention Amy Newman's channel, by the way, because Amy Newman has been quite helpful in and James W. also, who is her co-host on her channel. They've been quite helpful to me in figuring a lot of this stuff out and getting it working. So thank you very much to them. This is much later in the program than I had intended to mention that. Yeah, I could include a link to their channel in this chat for any future viewers, because people, subscribers to my older channel, they might get around to seeing this eventually, and when they do, when they've got time to watch it, then they might just come across this link, and so I will grab a link to Amy Newman's channel. Not the song artist, but the comedian, Amy Newman, and I'm going to post that in the live chat for both streams. Oh, I should have said what that is. YouTube channel, Amy Newman. There. And so that's there. And I would recommend checking it out. There's a bunch of other channels I'd like to recommend also, eventually, as time goes on. And if anybody hears me say this and they're interested in that, watch future episodes or future shows that I have on here, because my Eminent Reflection channel, that was actually the main thing that I wanted to make it for. Was I wanted to try to help people find channels that are worth watching, without them having to go through the channels themselves and figure it out. That I could let them know some of the things I like about a channel, and if they like some of those same things or they find that interesting, they could go check the channel out. And it's kind of the opposite of there are so many channels out there, and don't get me wrong, I might do some of this as well. I have thought about that, but like finding some program to pick apart and saying here's what I think is wrong about this, or what I dislike about this. The idea was to do sort of the opposite and say here are some things on YouTube or elsewhere that I really like, and that I think therefore some other people may like as well. And if they have some of the same reasons for liking things as I do, then pointing out the reasons I like something should be helpful. And So yeah, Amy Newman's channel, as I mentioned, Amy Newman is a comedian, and you know, they have a channel. They have a show over there, for example, where they're reading the Skeptic Annotated Bible. It's called a Skeptic Bible Study, and it's done in a rather humorous way. The names have been changed. A lot of the names have been changed. Just the names. Just to add a little humor to it, and pointing out some of the things that might be a little more far-fetched than you'd expect in a work of fact, because some people think, take the Bible literally, and so yeah, worth checking out. Also, there's some ranting shows that go on over there, just talking about stuff, and sometimes the midnight ranting is done um, as a post-debate show. So yeah, worth checking out. Some Red Barrel Rider says some interesting insights, Doc. Thanks for your replies. Oh, you're very welcome, and I'm glad it's interesting. It's a little bit hard to tell how interesting it is, or if it's interesting. Let's see. Did I end up skipping down here? I think I did. When I posted in this, um, I think it pulled me way down in the chat, and I missed a whole bunch. And I wonder if I should go back and get that stuff. You know what? I'll stay down where I am, I guess, and I'll go ahead and read from there. And if anybody if anybody wants to suggest that I go back and try to find my place and pick up there, go ahead and do that. And otherwise, I don't know. What is the better way to do this? Of course, then again, at any given moment, I mean, the chat in here isn't flowing like so fast that I can just tell immediately there's still people here. So sometimes I wonder, did everybody leave? Oh yeah, Dog is mentioning. He says we'll also be doing the Gospel according to Dog soon. He mentioned that to me one day after I had ended an episode of this All Gods Invited, and we were backstage, and yeah, that should be interesting as well. He can explain that better than I can. My understanding of it is that uh, it's going to be a sort of a Bible study. Uh, there have been attempts in the past to improve the Bible, to try to get some good out of it, and I think it's kind of my understanding is one of those. It's going to be sort of um, revised version of the Bible to make more sense out of it, make it a little better, make it more moral, or whatever the case might be. Um, he says he'd love to have me on. Well, maybe I'll do a guest appearance and co-host with you someday on that show. I don't know. We shall see. But yeah, um, we can work that out. And at any rate, well, I guess I will scroll back here and try to find my place. Where was I in this chat? Let's see. Okay, so I was beyond that point. No, I wait a minute. Yeah, okay. There's where I was. So yeah, no, I hadn't ended up scrolled down. I just thought I was. I got confused. And ironically, the chat line that glued me into that was one about being confused, where Dog was saying was on my own in the other chat, extremely confusing. Itch Hunt says DMT is over too quick though. Would love to do ayahuasca. I'm still not sure how to pronounce that. um, Excuse me. My throat's still dry. Where did I put that water? Not there. Not sure what I did with it. That's not very helpful. I put it behind the monitor. Got it. Okay, so yeah, interesting insight. Thanks for the replies. No, and you don't know what the alternate timeline would be. Not sure what that is in reference to. Robert X is responding to someone there, I think. Welcome back. No, Robert X says, welcome back, Doug. I've been missing you. Yeah, that's where I guess Doug switched from one live stream to the other. Yeah, by the way, Doug, thanks for being the lone person apparently in the other live stream, live chat. So at least if people watch on that channel later, they'll be able to see at least something going on in the chat there. They'll be hearing me read off the chat, but still, at least it won't look like I'm reading imaginary chat so much. And that is an interesting thing also. I mean, just as I can see chat coming from both streams, from both live streams, and read them off, and other people might not see them both. In the same sense, there could be gods out there that some people can see and I can't, and I recognize that. But but there should be some evidence, and that's the whole thing is they seem to be completely non-evident, and the things that people point to as evidence, which are probably pretty much 100% either claims or stuff that could have happened without a god. Those don't strike me as evidence. I mean for example, an oak tree, large old oak tree. It's rather impressive in some ways. I don't see that as evidence that a god created an oak tree, because I know what an acorn is. And I understand a lot of the biochemistry that goes on inside of an acorn. And, you give it enough water and it'll sprout and, try to find its way deeper into the ground to to find water and nutrients, and also to find its way above ground where it can gather sunlight and process those nutrients. And it's a slow process becoming a large oak tree from that acorn, but it's a natural process. And we know all about the nature of it. I mean, sure, there are some things we still haven't quite figured out, but we figured out so much of what goes on that it really doesn't make any sense to think that, there's a God pulling off those last few things that we haven't quite figured out yet. That just doesn't seem a reasonable conclusion. Now, if by God you just mean a mysterious process, kind of like the way scientists, when they talk about dark matter or dark energy, they sort of mean this unknown, that the math indicates there must be something there, and we don't know what it is yet. Sure, I mean, if you want to call dark matter or dark energy God as well, I mean, that's just the God of the gaps. It's like, we don't know this yet, therefore God. And to say that is the same God as the one that supposedly walked in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve is just totally ridiculous. I mean, could it be? Yeah, sure, I suppose. But the odds against it are much higher than the odds for it. So let's see. Last comment was about killing baby Jesus. What's that? Where? Robert X is saying the last comment is about killing baby Jesus. I'm not sure which last comment that was in reference to. Is that the no, and you don't know what the alternate timeline would be? No, that can't be it. Not sure. I got a little lost there. See, no, something I don't understand, something I don't know. Should I fill that in with God? God did it. You know, God is the mystery that solves what the answer is to that. What good does that even do? It would still be a mystery. It doesn't change the fact that it's a mystery. To call the mystery God doesn't solve anything. Uh, you know, to try to answer where did humans come from with God did it, that doesn't answer the question. If you say God did it in a certain way, well, sure, that can answer the question, but will it answer it right? If you say, for example, like that God made the first human out of dust, or out of mud, or out of water, or out of air, or out of uh, whatever, well, then you've gotten as far as, God did it and used this material. But were humans really made out of that material? I mean, were we made of dust, or were we made of mud? Well, if you consider the fact that we eat plants, and plants basically eat dirt in a manner of speaking, or eat stuff from the dirt. And the dirt, of course, that's like bacteria and fungus and things like that eating the minerals of the earth, and eating dead life forms, and eating all kinds of other stuff. So there's a lot of stuff being produced by biology going on to get us to the point where it becomes part of us humans. So no, humans aren't really made out of dust. We're made out of biology. I mean, we can't even eat dirt and survive. I mean, maybe for a little while, but it's going to do us more harm than good in the long run, and kill us rather than sustain us. Um, we need to eat organic stuff because that's how we've evolved, and maybe someday we'll figure out how to make organic foods, without having to grow things that potentially have feelings about being eaten. And I'd say that would be a step forward, but we're working on it. um Dog says I was talking about the sounds heard internally. Oh, inside of the spaceships. I'm guessing that's about the Star Wars stuff. Yeah. If you're talking about the sounds heard from inside of one of the spaceships, except yeah, no, I could be mistaken. I haven't watched any of that stuff in a while, but and the newer stuff, is probably done somewhat differently than the older stuff. Although, still, I mean, it makes sense if you've got someone shooting at you. If you're looking from a spaceship and someone shoots at you from another spaceship and they miss, on a movie, to have that be entirely silent would probably disappoint most of the audience, even though that would be realistic. When they shoot at you, you shouldn't hear the shot, you should hear the impact. And that's it. And that would be much more realistic. But when your own ship fires a shot, yeah, you probably hear that because it's happening from inside of your ship. What you wouldn't hear is the sound of the projectile, or whatever it happens to be being fired, ripping through the air, because there isn't enough air for it to rip through to really produce a sound. And I mean, very much of one anyway. And then to have that sound come back and hit the ship and get through the hull of the ship and be heard on the inside, yeah, probably not going to happen. But it's an interesting thing, though, that when when you watch sci-fi or fantasy fiction or whatever the case might be, that you learn what that world is like, and you learn to expect certain things of that world. And if in that world you expect to be able to hear a laser fire from a spaceship you're not in, um, firing a laser in outer space, and you expect that laser to like come out in a pulse with a length that's all visible at once, and move in a direction away from their ship at a speed that's not light speed, and yet maybe still be called a laser, um, then if you get used to that enough, then when things don't happen that way, they seem unrealistic. And if someone were to do science fiction in a way that was more realistic for people who have never seen science fiction but who have studied science, if there are any such people, um, it it's fair to say that those people who have studied science and have never watched science fiction would find it more realistic, and those people who have watched a lot of science fiction and never done much studying science would probably find it less realistic. That when if they know enough about science to stop and think about it and figure out that it's actually more realistic, they might think back on it later on and go, well, that was really more realistic than I had thought it was. But their first impression would probably be, that's not very realistic. I mean, I see the laser firing and I don't hear it. Or like, they fired a laser and I didn't see it. Which would, again, not be very visually impressive, but probably more realistic. Generally, when we see a laser beam, somebody shoots a laser, aims a strong laser at something, and we can see the length of that laser light in the direction it's being aimed. That's because there's stuff in the air that's reflecting that laser light. And whether it's dust particles or maybe some of the actual atoms of oxygen or hydrogen or nitrogen or whatever, carbon dioxide, whatever the case might be, if you've got a powerful enough laser that it's bouncing off of some of the stuff in the air and giving people enough light that they can see it, if you did the same thing in the vacuum of space, it would be much less visible, quite possibly to the point of not being detectable at all to the human eye, or to an ordinary camera. And maybe even to the point of where you couldn't find a device that could measure it and or detect it. And yet, yeah, like I said, it wouldn't make for very good visual effects to to have something that you would neither see nor hear happening. Robert X says no, and you don't know what the alternative timeline would be. Reacting to the killing baby Hitler question. Oh, that was in reference to me speaking about the potential of if somebody was sent back in time and they were asked, if you're asked, like if you went back in time and you met, baby Adolf Hitler, would you kill baby Adolf Hitler to avoid World War II? Yeah, exactly. If you did kill baby Adolf Hitler, you don't know what that alternative timeline would be. What would be the results? I mean, maybe, just maybe, and I'm not saying this is likely, I have no idea, but just maybe, Adolf Hitler was the best person we could have had in that position. Maybe that kind of thing was bound to happen. Other people wanted it to happen and set it up, and picked him as the person to make the scapegoat for it. And I mean, not saying he didn't enjoy the role, not saying he didn't have any part in setting up the role. Maybe it was all his idea. I don't know, I wasn't there. But the thing is, we don't know all of the details, and there's no way for us to know if Adolf Hitler had not been in that position, maybe somebody else would have been who would have been even worse. Um, or, maybe it would have entirely avoided World War II if baby Adolf Hitler had died. But the whole thing is, baby Adolf Hitler didn't do anything wrong. I mean, at least not any of the things wrong that we know adult Adolf Hitler to have done. I have a call coming in on my phone, and yeah, I'll have to call back later because in the middle of a live stream, and my phone is way over there. Oh, and in case anybody's thinking I'm not standing up to get it because I don't have pants on, I do have pants on. just saying. There's been an ongoing joke about that on some other channels. I think Answers in Atheism seems to me has mentioned that, not the person, the channel that's been mentioned a lot there, and it was in reference to something that I didn't see. And I have heard a little bit about what the joke was about, but yeah, I missed it at the time. But at any rate, yeah, I I am wearing pants. Just don't want to stop this and go dive over there and grab the phone and be on the phone while I'm on my live stream, or yeah, I can just call back. So let's see, where was that? No, and you don't know the alternative time, what the alternate timeline would be. Reacting to the killing baby Hitler question, the USA might be a totally different country. This is true. And it might be better and it might be worse. The thing is just that we don't know. And if I did travel back in time, I wouldn't do things based on what future I came from. I would do things. I mean, don't get me wrong. The future I came from is the future I know. So, of course, that would at least be stuff I would know is possible. I would know, for example, that cell phones are possible if I went back in time to before there were cell phones. That doesn't mean that I would know that cell phones would exist in the future of that past I end up in, because me being there affects that past. And maybe we would end up with something totally different in place of cell phones, or maybe we wouldn't get something like that at all, or maybe they'd be just like they are in the future of that past. What I would know and be able to act on is what I can see going on then and there. And that's why, like I said, if I was sent back in time and met Adolf Hitler when he was a baby or when he was a young child, what I would do would be based on then and there, not based on now. And to the extent that I could manage to do that, and yes, if I knew that was baby Adolf Hitler, I would probably keep that in mind and at least consider the potential that this particular baby could have a huge impact on the world of the future. But I also do that now, when I meet a child or a baby or an adult or anyone else in the world that I do live in this time, because I recognize that I'm living in the past of many potential futures. And I don't know, from a physics standpoint, and there are different ideas based on different interpretations of quantum mechanics and stuff like that. But I don't know whether all of the potential futures will happen, or and maybe I'll only be cognizant of the one that this three-dimensional layer of my brain travels into. Well, maybe some other three-dimensional layer of my higher dimensional brain travels along a different path. Maybe I make both choices, or all the decisions that I could make, all the different ways that my brain chemistry would allow me to make them. And I'm just aware of only having made one. But the thing is, I can only work with what I do know. And I know that there is at least one future of a given past. And I do know that the things that I do have an effect on the future. So if I know a future and I'm in a past able to do things that will affect the future in different ways than the future I know, then that tells me there is at least one other future, because right there has to be. But that is if I traveled back in time. Now, not knowing that I've traveled back in time from a particular future, here I am, in the past of, again, at least one future. I recognize the potential that anybody that I meet could have some huge effect on the future, and that whether or not they will have a huge effect depends on a lot of variables, and what that huge effect might be depends on a lot of variables. And anything that I can do to make uh, the odds a little higher that they'll make better choices is a good thing. Anything I can do to make the odds a little higher that they'll have a little better life is a good thing, for humanity, because they'll, if their life is a little better, they have less reason to be resentful and less reason, to lash out at the world around them. There's just a whole bunch of things that we can consider if we think of ourselves as time travelers, in a sense, able to look forward, mentally at futures that could happen, and what factors could affect which future we end up in, or what future humanity ends up in. We meaning, not just the individual, but the larger whole of humanity. Um, that we can use those insights, to help guide what decisions we make in the present. And it's not perfect. We will make mistakes in doing that, but I really think that the more humanity does that, the more we try to, um, guide our own actions toward a better future for humanity, or a better future for everything we care about, the more collectively we will succeed in that. And I think that's so much more important than trying to do, what some character in some book, um, is portrayed as wanting us to do. So, yeah, as I like to say it, rather than do God's will and hope that God is actually good, how about just do God's will? Just do the will of goodness instead of the will of godness. Try to be goodly rather than godly. Um, and I mean, if God is good, then that's the same thing, right? But if God isn't good, then there's a distinction. And if God isn't good, which would you rather be doing? Being good or being not good? I'd rather be good. I'd rather be doing good. So, my thoughts. Um, how much is the chat behind on you? I notice you read chats are minutes old. Oh, is that all it matters? Minutes old? That's not as bad as I was thinking it was, Robert X. Um, that's not relativity, Doc. That it's not the matter that's moving, it's the space in between expanding. I might have described it wrong. It's a possibility. I'm not sure exactly what it was that I had said about relativity in that respect. But yes, I'm aware. You're right, Doug. It is it is, according to relativity, it is the movement and the warping of space time, and then taken a little farther, the expansion of space time, rather the expansion of space within space time, is also, uh, a factor in the bigger picture. There may be contraction of space out there somewhere in space time as well, but as far as we can see, um, based on the tests we're able to do and the current best understanding of those tests, it very much seems that all of the space, as far as we can detect, is expanding, and that expansion even seems to be accelerating. And I have wondered if, that might be because space and matter and energy are all made out of the same stuff, and it takes a whole lot less of it to make space than it does to make energy. What we would normally see as not matter, but just like free energy, and it takes a whole lot less of it to make energy in that sense, like like the force, like the electrical force of an electron rather than the electron itself. It takes a whole lot less to make that electrical force of the electron than it does to make the electron itself. So the matter is a very, very compact form of space if you look at it that way. And if matter in a sense evaporates into energy, if some matter converts into energy and we get lots of energy out of it, and then the energy itself evaporates, in a manner of speaking, and becomes space, then space would expand. We'd be getting more space all the time. And I don't know if that's how it works, but it is one possible explanation of how it works. And that's kind of the way I've seen it for as long as I can remember. And a lot of the work of Stephen Wolfram's physics team seems to be pointing in that general direction, that the Planck unit isn't as small as things get. It's rather as small as we're able to detect. It's a limit in some respects, but then there are things beyond that limit as well. And there's probably another limit farther down, and when you get to that limit, that I think then we would be talking about the smallest unit of space, as opposed to the smallest unit of energy, because you have to put a certain amount of space together to get energy. And so the smallest unit of energy would be larger than the smallest unit of space. And in that sense, if you distinguish between matter and non-matter energy, it would seem likely that the smallest unit of matter would be larger than the smallest unit of non-matter energy as well. But again, I'm not a physicist. These are just my conjectures based on what knowledge and understanding I do have. Robert X, joking, I'm guessing there, he says, does that matter? Responding to Dog. Doc says, absolutely. Doc is super literal on everything, so the appreciation should be equally as immense. Yes, Dog. Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. Don't hold your breath, chat, on Coming to America with the digit 2. Very unimpressive. Oh, spoiler. I haven't watched it yet. It is, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's available on Amazon Prime, or it said that it was going to be in March, I think beginning of March, and that started. So I think it's available now. I haven't watched it yet. Don't know if I'm going to. Yeah, humor. It's meant to be humor, as I understand it. Part 1 was humor, comedy. So, it seems part 2 is along the same vein. And yeah, I don't expect it to be real impressive. It might be slightly entertaining. I don't know. Like I said, I may or may not watch it. Interesting, yeah. Where is the Darth crew? Don't know. Dog CTA2, that bad? Oh, that. Coming to America looked shite. Guess they chickened out. Oh, the Darth crew chickened out. Yeah, it seems that way. Of course, they're welcome to come back. But maybe they just decided their God can speak for himself better than they can, and give their God the invitation, let him come on and speak for himself. It might take him a few thousand years to get here, because how to God a second is like a million years, or whatever kind of bad time math works that stuff out. I'm not good with time and dates. That's why I was late starting this show, and I've been trying not to do that on every episode. I've been trying so hard, and I've ended up like, I think a minute late before, and I was upset with myself for that. And this one I was hours late. Sorry. Really tried not to let that happen. But it happened, and yeah. So yeah, maybe they chickened out. Maybe they decided their God can speak for itself better than they can. If they chickened out, that's okay. I mean, I won't hold it against them. I mean, after all, they're trying to uphold something that, for all the evidence we have, seems to be nonsense. So it's kind of a losing position from the start. If their God shows up and speaks for itself, then we'll have some evidence to hold up something that we can look at and see whether or not it resembles their position, and then they can come back in here and have a field day and say, "See, we told you so." And that should be interesting if it happens. Robert X. Replying to Ben Schwartz, crying in their mother's basements. Could be. Ben Schwartz says, by the way, I liked your imagine was heartfelt. I'm not quite sure what that was in reference to. But glad you found something you like, Ben, regardless. That's cool. Dog says it has its moments, Robert. The barbershop guys, I think, are immortal. Is this a reference back to that movie that was mentioned, the Coming to America, with the digit 2 in its title? Don't know. Hard to say. Let's see. Most likely are reinforcing their delusions in a Discord server from their mom's basement. That's going back to the discussion of the Darth crew. Are you talking about part 2? So we're going back and forth here. See if I can catch up with something that that I have something to say about. Any luck with getting vaccine? Also possible. Yes. Vaccines are reaching a small percentage of the population so far. Texas is talking about opening everything up back up 100% as if the pandemic is over, and they've got like 7% of their people vaccinated, I think, or something like that. So that's going to be a disaster, but Texas is real big on herd mentality. I mean, after all, there's a lot of cattle raised there, and if you treat your humans like cattle, then you can do the same thing. Just if there's an illness in the herd, just pack them all tightly together and lose a lot of your herd, but come out with nice disease resistant remaining herd if anything survives, and if not, you buy more cows and start over. Maybe that's what the people running Texas are thinking, that if all of the general population of Texas dies, they'll just repopulate it, from the rich people that could afford to completely isolate themselves, or let other people move in and take their place. Sounds kind of cruel and heartless to me, but that that is the mentality that you get when you try to apply farming techniques to human populations. And this is one of the reasons why vegans raise such a fuss over the way that that animals are treated, because you wouldn't want to treat humans that way. And if the non-human animals being treated that way have any feelings about it, I think it's worth considering what those feelings are. And yeah, as animals that have to eat other life forms to live, we've got some restrictions we do have to deal with, and not everybody can afford to be picky about what foods they buy, and still manage to get by in life. But such things are worth thinking about and trying to move in more positive directions, and thinking about what are the more positive directions. So yeah. um, you need shoes for a soul. Well, Ben, for one kind of soul, yeah. There are people who go fishing and catch soul that way. um, Never mind. Any rate, um, and then there's, of course, music. There was a Hall and Oates album, I believe it was, entitled Rock and Soul Part 1. I don't think Part 2 ever came out. I think it was. I don't think Part 2 was ever intended to come out. I think it was meant to be a rock album. It's like Rock and Soul Part 1 of Rock and Soul. So yeah, were they implying their album had no soul? I'm not really sure. Um, Such a shame. I like Part 1. And that's referring, I'm guessing, back to the Coming to America movie. Great Pyramid and Göbekli Tepe ghosts would be better. Yeah. um, it's a cunt. Yes, that would be interesting. It isn't it is an interesting thought when you consider that contemporary ghosts, so to speak. When people see ghosts, they're almost always, at least the stories of people seeing ghosts, they're almost always contemporary. They're ghosts of their recently deceased relatives or something like that. Occasionally they're slightly less contemporary, somebody from 50 years ago or 100 years ago or whatever the case might be. But yeah, when do you ever hear people talking about seeing the ghosts of, like, ancient pharaohs and the people that those pharaohs ruled over, which were much more populous, of course, than pharaohs, and cavemen and things like that. um, I mean, okay, so human population has skyrocketed. um, wouldn't expect there to be um, huge numbers of those things, but more than we end up hearing about. And then you got to wonder, how much of the ghost sightings are just people's brains seeing the things they want to see or expect to see. I mean, if they've been taught to think that their dead relatives are still walking around on the planet somewhere, and um, that they're walking around maybe in a form where they're barely visible, well, their brain can generate that by just making a dream version of that particular person and projecting that dream onto the real world. And it would probably fit the description of a ghost quite well, and that would go right along with that person's mental ability to produce that sort of thing, because it's the kind of thing their brain can and does produce in dreams. If that person is not very prone to dreaming about ghosts of Göbekli Tepe, or dreaming about people of Göbekli Tepe or other, then they're probably not likely to see ghosts of Göbekli Tepe either. Um, uh, Oh, Robert X says can't see some of the comments that I'm reading. Well, there are two live streams. I'm dual live streaming this, and I'm not sure at what who's where, or if there's people still in both live streams. Oh, James W is on in the live stream on Eminent Reflection. And Robert X is over there right now. Ian Davenport is over there. I am so far from caught up, apparently. Yeah. And the other channel is my Donald Kronos channel, which has more subscribers. I have been less active on that one. If I want to put up stuff that is just like random, not done with any attention to quality or something like that, that will probably go up on my Donald Kronos channel. So anybody who wants to see that sort of stuff, I'd suggest subscribing there. If you don't want any of that such stuff, if you're subscribed there, you might want to unsubscribe. But if you don't want to miss anything that I put up there that isn't like that, well, then unsubscribing would defeat that purpose. But yeah, Eminent Reflection is a channel that I made to be more focused and to try to make a serious attempt at making a good YouTube channel as opposed to just putting stuff up on YouTube. And so that's the idea. And it has been very difficult to get started because my original intention was, I wanted to use it to help other people find good YouTube channels and, tell people why I thought those YouTube channels were good. So they, could save them the trouble of having to go through a bunch of, not so good ones trying to find one good one. Because one of the things that I'll do is I'll watch YouTube without logging in. I'll open up incognito or in private browser tab or browser window and watch YouTube that way so that it's not tailoring the stuff for me. And and well, now I've got a television. I've been without a television since before the year 2000. I just recently got a television, and that also has a way that I can view YouTube on it. And it has a way that I can log in, but I haven't logged into it yet. So there again, I'll probably be finding more channels that way as well. And I don't spend a lot of time doing that, but I kind of like to spend more time doing that because I like to keep an open mind and learn about stuff I don't know. And not just keep myself in an echo chamber. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to do that, is to give myself a good reason to be able to spend more time looking at the different kinds of content that people created, and if possible, maybe even expand that to the point where I could make a career out of that, and not have to fall back on other ways of supporting myself. Now, I don't know if I'll ever get that far or not. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I know I'm very far from it now, and it's a bit of a far-fetched goal, but it's something worth trying, I think. But only if it's going to be tried seriously, and that's the whole thing. To try to try to do that on a channel with almost no subscribers would have made no sense, which is why I didn't start doing right off the bat what I wanted to do with the channel. Now I think I've got over 100 subscribers now. If not, I'm at least close to it. It's not a huge amount. It's like 10% of the minimum needed to do certain things on YouTube. But I'm getting closer. I'm getting to that point where I can do a little supporting other people's channels and maybe help out. For example, I mentioned James W is in the chat, which I haven't gotten down to his chat yet, but he's in the chat over on my Eminent Reflection channel. And he is a co-host on the channel Amy Newman, which I can recommend. It's um, I I don't know if I'm describing it well, but I would say it's a comedy channel, first and foremost. And they've been doing, on that channel, some informative stuff as well, but trying to do it in such a way that that there is comedy embedded in it. So for example, if somebody wants to learn about the Bible, their Skeptic Bible Study will allow you to learn about the Bible without having to get bored in the process. They're making it entertaining, so worth checking out. And yeah, as time goes by, of course, I do hope to be able to do a better job of promoting some of the better channels, and things that I like, and help those channels grow by letting other people know what I like about them, so they can decide if they might like the same channels for the same reasons. So let's see, where were we? Dog says all ghosts are either creepy Victorian children or skeletons with chains. 100% true fact. Good sarcasm, Dog. Robert X says, I can't see some of the comments Donald was reading. Oh, that's where I just was. I must have skipped that other one before. Ben Schwartz says, did any theists stop by? I imagine Mr. Batman or Matt Slick might make an appearance if invited. Well, gods are invited. Everyone's welcome. If they want to show up, they can do so. I'm not directly inviting them. If I see them, I might directly invite them, but not going to just do so in advance. But they are welcome, and if they show up and they want to get in the live stream, they can do so. I'll post the link to the live stream again in case anybody wants to join in here, and I could continue going over the live chat, or have a conversation, go back to the live chat, or who knows what. But I'll post it in there to give that option. And so let's see. And I didn't post what it is that I just posted. So anybody heard me say that, then they'll know that StreamYard link. That's how to get in here and get on the show if anybody wants to do that. And if I notice somebody's waiting backstage, then I'll add them in at a convenient moment, and see where it goes from there. So let's see. Dog says it's a great tribute to the first film, Robert. Okay, that's back referring to the coming digit to America. I'm thinking it's definitely worth a watch for the nostalgia, but don't let the hype get your hopes up too much. Randy Watson makes a return. Dog says, I'm not in the other chat, maybe in quantum theory, but you all need to be looking the other way for it to be true. Yeah. Yes. You're either there or not there, or in quantum mechanics, maybe both. He's streaming on both channels, Robert. Yes. Yes, Doug, I'm streaming on both channels. And yes, Robert, I'm streaming on both channels. There are trialing psychedelics to treat depression. They are trialing psychedelics to treat depression with really positive results. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't know of those studies, but I really wouldn't be surprised. A lot of pharmaceuticals are produced from things that people have found experimentally. That does happen, where they notice something has an effect, and then they test it out, to see if it can have some other slightly more beneficial effect if used in a certain way or under certain circumstances. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a mental health professional, so I'm not speaking from those points of views or trying to give medical advice. But my personal opinion, I would recommend against people um, experimenting with such things on themselves, especially if they're more or less doing all right. In other words, if you're not desperate for a change, you might not want to experiment with changes that could go good or bad, because it might make things worse. If you are desperate for such a change, then it's probably best to seek some professional help, and maybe bring the ideas up to the people whose professional help you're seeking, and say, ask them what do they recommend. Do they think it would be a good idea or not? And do they have anything that they can give you that maybe would give you an effect that might be helpful without the risk of not knowing what the effect is going to be, because things have been tried in scientifically controlled experiments. But but this is my personal opinion. I've avoided trying such things, and I think from now, it might be just me, or it might be the fact that I've avoided such things. But I think that it's likely that it is at least in part the fact that I haven't used such things that leaves my brain with the flexibility that it has, that I can go off in those directions if I want, and find my own way back, and I don't need chemicals to help me do it. If I um, if I want to imagine something, I do it of my own volition and not because a chemical made me do it. And I personally think that's probably safer. So, um, dog, other stream, so confusing. Or do you mean Amy's stream? Oh, Robert X asking Dog about what he means by the other stream. Yeah, Robert X, I'm simulcasting on two different YouTube streams. One being my Donald Kronos channel, and the other one being my Eminent Reflection channel. Uh, it was meant as an experiment to see if it could be done. I don't know if I will do it again in the future or not. This series is meant for my Eminent Reflection channel, not my Donald Kronos channel. I'll probably do it again at some point in the future. I probably won't be doing it with every episode. Um, I might come up with a series meant to be broadcast on both. I don't know. Some other programs I might do on both, if I find something that I think is that I think should be done that way. But for now, this is an experiment, trying it out. Psilocybin. Itchik Hunt says psilocybin is proving to help people deal with end of life. Cancer patients seem more calm with the pending doom. Yeah, sadly, of course, life ending, once it ends, then the way it ended becomes, not very helpful to the whatever happens after. And there are people who think that that afterward, they're gonna live forever in some other realm. I don't think that's likely. And personally, I understand that the idea of just not being anymore can be scary for some people. The idea of being eternally tortured can be even more scary. And but reality is what it is, and we, there's every reason to think that our bodies are going to die eventually, because that's what it's one of the things human bodies do, and throughout history they've done it very consistently. Will we find a way around that someday? Maybe. I don't know. But that's where we're at right now. And yeah, I mean, if somebody is just, like laying in a hospital bed, uh, being kept on life support or whatever the case might be, I don't see any harm in the doctors giving them ways to feel more comfortable, during what time they have left. Um, I don't see that it either helps or harms humanity directly, but humanity is much better off if humanity is caring, and that is a sign of caring. So I don't think that's so much a matter of should we do that because it helps humanity, as um, if we're helping humanity, then we probably should be doing that, because that would be a sign that we're doing well. So trying to catch up here. I should probably speed through some of these and not respond to all of them. Maybe not read them all out loud, to try to catch up. Let's see. Except then then I'm just being silent on here, and that would make a boring show, wouldn't it? So let's see. Change in the beginning. Dog says change in the beginning to once upon a time. Um, Bung it on the shelf next to Harry Potter books, and soon we'll all have a freaking flying cars, freaking flying cars and laser guns. Yeah, yeah, no kidding. The whole in the beginning on the Bible, really, it doesn't even say in the beginning of what. Is it in the beginning of the story? Is that all it was? Is once upon a time, in the beginning of this story? Now, I have looked into, and I'm not by any means fluent in Hebrew. I couldn't even hold a conversation in it, modern or ancient. Uh, but with the help of what linguistic skills I do have, and what knowledge of the Hebrew language I do have, and also using concordances and Bible dictionaries and so on, I have tried to interpret the Hebrew writings of the beginning of the Bible the best as I can. And it seems to me that where the King James version says in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, that it's more accurately translated something to the effect of in the beginning of the heavens being created on earth, or in the beginning of the forces creating the heavens on earth, the forces being Elohim. And Elohim, of course, translated as God, um, but that's God in the singular in English in the King James version, and it's the forces or the gods in plural, um, in the Hebrew. And so I think it was talking about a specific beginning, but it seems the beginning that it was talking about was the beginning of an atmosphere forming on Earth, which is pretty insightful for the time, if you think about it. I mean, not terribly much so, because I mean there are a lot of different origin stories, and some of the origin stories have like you start out with dirt and then you add water to it, and then you add air, and some of them have you start out with dirt and you add water, and they didn't realize there was such a thing as air. um, it is an interesting thing that they acknowledged air as existing. Well, I mean the heavens, but I mean the heavens seemingly being synonymous with air, and God, the forces, also seemingly being in a sense synonymous with air. um, the spirit of the Lord moved over the face of the deep, or the force of the wind, moved over the face of the deep. Um, you know, the forces of air, basically. Um, or the air forces. The Air Force. No, there were no airplanes, no jets, not that kind of Air Force. Um, but yeah, translations, they can be sticky, interesting subjects. Oh, can you place a link? I can place a link to both. Here, let's see. Okay, this. Um, Let's see. This episode, number 8, on Eminent Reflection. Channel. And paste that. And sending that into the live chat. And grab the other one. And oh, what just happened? I'm not sure what just happened there because... Oh, I see. Hold on. Got it. What did I do? I think I pasted it. Oh, I did. I pasted it directly into the chat, which is not what I meant to do. Okay. I pasted it into the chat of the channel that I was pasting it in for. Let me try that again. Here. That. The other channel. I'll get this. I'm working on it. And here. And one more. So anybody who's not looking in the live stream while I'm doing this, or if the live stream doesn't show up in the recording, yeah, I'm just adding some stuff into, sorry, the live stream, the live chat. I'm just adding some stuff to the live chat. In case anybody wants to, check and see which live chat they'd rather be in, giving them the option. And of course, if it's pre-recorded, if you're if you're watching this after it's been recorded, then you might want to watch one or the other based on which live chat is going on, or maybe watch them both if you want to see the live chats. Since I've been reading the live chats off, of course, you've got that, but I might miss some stuff. So yeah, got the option. And there. So I hope that's helpful. And let's see. Where is where I was? Yeah, I'm just looking a bit ahead there. Robert X says if I take 10 minutes on every comment, they'll be 2 hours behind soon. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that's why I was saying maybe I need to just skim through them quickly or do just some of them. Yeah, can you place a link? Okay, did that. Have 14 subs. Woohoo! Dog says he's got 14 subscribers. Yeah, if anybody wants to, catch Dog's, what was it going to be? The world according to Dog, or the religion according to Dog, or the Bible according to Dog? I forget what the title was going to be, but it's got something interesting planned. You might want to check his channel out and maybe consider subscribing to that. I'm not sure what the link is to that. Doug, if you wanna come in here and talk about that, you're welcome to do that. Or just come in here and if you want to stay behind stage, backstage, or just let me know if I bring you in. That you just came in to post the link for me in the private chat here, because YouTube won't let just anyone post links in the regular chat and the regular live chat. You got to have moderator or something like that privileges to do that. And which means, wait a minute. Oh yeah, that means that what I just did in the live chat isn't going to have worked in one of the channels, because I didn't give myself moderator privileges on both channels. So on one of those two channels, that's not going to have shown up. So how to fix that? I'm not logged in to do that from both accounts here. Let's see. Hold on, working on it. Trying to get this figured out. Not that. Here. Yeah. Okay. So let me grab that again. And paste that in here. I'm doing a copy and paste, and I hope it comes out all right. There's on the Eminent Reflection channel. I'm pasting that into my Donald Kronos channel. The link to the Eminent Reflection channel, and a link to the channel that it's already on, which is redundant, but I'll put it in there anyway in case anybody wants to share that link or save it for coming back to it, or whatever the case might be, because I don't know what people might want to do. But yeah, there we go. And there. But yeah, Doug, if you want to, scroll back a little bit and grab the StreamYard link and come in and, leave in the private chat a link to your channel so I can share that. Feel free to do so. And I'll paste that into the chat as well, because YouTube will let me do that. And so back to, where was I? Robert X says, Doug, I'll ask my GF to sub too. Cool. No wrench. Donald will post a link to his older channel. Yeah, no wrench, meaning meaning Doug doesn't have moderator privileges in here, and I'm not sure how to change that either. I'm still learning this stuff. So yeah, I'll probably give some people moderator privileges somewhere along the way after I've learned how, so that they can help out with that, sort of stuff. But all in time. Still learning this stuff as I go. So let's see. And let's see. There's where I posted some links, link to Amy Newman's channel, and okay, should have a new vid up soon. Dog is saying I should have a new vid up soon, Robert. A collaboration I'm doing with Black Sofa. Need to send him some voice recordings, which I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. By the way, Doug, I don't think I have a link to your channel, so one way or the other, try to get that to me sometime soon, so I don't miss that, or come on here sometime, on one of my episodes, and share the link to your episode once it's up. However you want to do that. Both are Amy. What is Robert X is saying? Both are Amy. Not sure what that was in reference to. Okay, yeah, I gotta speed through this stuff or I'll never catch up. I'm way behind. Names changed to protect the mentally handicapped. We'll be doing the gospel according to Dog soon too. That's what Dog's program was. Gospel according to Dog. And says he'd love to have me on. That'd be cool. And Robert X posted a string of characters. I'm thinking probably is, I don't know, like something from my YouTube, like just the last part, or I'm not sure what exactly. Hoping the whole community will get involved. Yeah, so Dog's trying to get a community thing going on. That's cool. All right, Eminent Reflection. You were reading some of my deleted comments. Oh, sorry, Robert X. I didn't know they were deleted. How did I manage to do that? I wonder. It could be that if you post them in YouTube and delete them there, that they still show up in StreamYard. I'm actually reading them from StreamYard because there it's showing from both. From the live chat from both streams, and so that's probably why, because if they get deleted from the stream, they're probably still in here. Sorry about that. Dog says he's pleased with his Hitler flat Earth vid. Now that sounds interesting. I'd like to see that. Ever seen the German Erist weiter the Hitler movie? Erist weiter da. Wieder da. Erist wieder da. Hitler movie. Dog. I don't think I've seen it. Have to correct you. Dark Matter 2525 is God. Well, actually, Dark Matter 2525 is God's like audio visual guy or something like that. I forget how that was worded. Check out his newest video. Explains the whole thing. Stop reading deleted comments. Sorry. I can't tell which ones are deleted when I'm doing it this way. I could go back and forth between the two different live streams and try to catch up that way, but that would be even harder than what I'm doing now, and I'm already having trouble catching up. And I'm not complaining, that people are talking too much in the live chat for me to catch up or anything. I mean, hey, if you're enjoying the live chat, good. I'm just waiting for gods to show up, because I mean, after all, the show is called All Gods Invited. I mean, this episode is about, at least as a starting point of beginning, punto de partida, that our gods are all the gods extinct, and if any of them aren't extinct, they can show up and let us know that, and the question will have been answered. Until then, it remains an unanswered question. If they're not real, of course, if there was never any reality to them in the first place, then I guess it's a matter of, do the concepts go extinct? Which obviously the concepts haven't gone extinct yet, because gods are still talked about, but a lot of them have been relegated to being recognized as mythology. Um, and although they're still part of theology as well, even though they've been relegated to mythology. But and there are some people, even the gods that are generally recognized as mythological gods, are still believed in as real gods by some people. It's kind of an interesting phenomenon, but it does happen. Um, so, Dog says, I'm honest with. Um, I'm honest with theists on where do humans come from. When a mom, when a mom and a dad love each other very much, they hard and sometimes use toys and rubber uniforms. Yeah. Huh. Um, so yeah, Robert gave a translation of Ernest Weiderdorda, who is back, and Dog says, I've learned a bit of German, Robert. A lot of scientists still enjoy science fiction. Robert is saying, just as a soldier can look at an action movie and enjoy it, even though he knows that the hero's gun firing 500 bullets without reloading is not realistic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, science fiction fans in general, science fiction fans are first and foremost science fans. Not all of them. There are science fiction fans who really haven't discovered science, and they just love science fiction. Um, and a lot of them learn what they end up knowing of science from science fiction, and they get a lot of their science wrong because of it. But yeah, generally speaking, the reason people like science fiction is because they like science, and they do want to be able to relax and view or read something entertaining and not necessarily entirely bound to the restrictions of reality, um, while at the same time being able to suspend their disbelief long enough to enjoy it. In other words, to stop thinking about this isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real, long enough to enjoy it, and think later about this isn't real, or once in a while get interrupted with this isn't real, or this is obviously fake. And so if the best someone can do is watching a 2-hour movie, to only be interrupted maybe 100 times with, oh, that's just so fakey, if that's the best they can do, then they're probably not going to very much enjoy something that's going to cause them to have that feeling constantly through the whole production. And but even then, if they can set that aside and just I mean, if you can get to the point where the unreal stuff about the fiction is is just an acceptable part of the fiction, where you don't have to think about how well does it match the real world, but instead think about how well does it match that particular fiction world. I think it makes viewing the fiction a lot easier for for those of us who have healthy skepticism, that rather than saying within the realm that I live, does this seem realistic? Instead, we can say within the realm they are portraying, does this seem realistic, or is it out of place even in that realm? And I also find that to be a lot more mentally challenging and mentally stimulating, to be able to to go through the extra effort of recognizing that the world I'm viewing or reading about in a work of fiction is not my world, and look at it from the perspective of how realistic is a certain thing in that world from within the perspective of that world, which is kind of like reading the Bible and only and trying to understand it only from within the Bible, and ignoring the fact that it conflicts with the real world a lot. Like, for example, Earth isn't standing on 4 pillars. as the Bible says it is, but then when the Bible conflicts with itself, you still run into those places where you go, well, this isn't even realistic in this context. And so yeah, even reading the Bible as a fiction book, it's got places like that. But then, any work of fiction is going to have, and stuff not meant to be fiction will probably have it occasionally as well, but most likely errors. Dog says, did he fire 500 or 600? And all the confusion, he may have lost count. H. Hunt says, Gavin did a debate the other day and didn't wear pants again. LOL. Robert X says, no, dog, I'm out. Out of bullets. Robert X says, would Gavin still be Gavin if he had pants on? Ian Davenport says, hey, Doc. Hi, Ian Davenport. I finally got down to your chat in this thing. That shows me just how far behind I am. Wow. This is going to be a long live stream if I try to catch up with everybody. Should I give up? Am I trying to catch up, or am I just like I said, I'm just waiting for the gods to show up. They've been invited. I've asked theists to send invitations out. I've had 2 theists on previous episodes tell me, at least 2. I think it was only 2. It might have been 3. Invite their gods publicly to come speak for themselves. So maybe they will. I don't consider it a requirement by any means, but if they really want us to believe they exist, that would be the smart thing to do. If they're capable of showing up, if it's not a terribly difficult task, it would make sense to. Now, if they just can't, they can find some way to let us know that they just can't and explain why. That might go a long way as well. So let's see. I'm going to try to skip ahead a little bit here. Robert X says, nice. You're now 60 minutes behind on comments. And at the time I'm reading that, I'm probably farther behind than that. At the Coming to America response. Oh, that's how far back I was when you posted that. Okay. Yeah. Robert X is telling Ian Davenport, come on over to the Eminent Reflection channel. We're all there. He needs an assistant. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if how would that work out? Well, I could, if somebody else wanted to come on here and I could read the chat off out loud and they could comment on all the chat. I don't know whether people watching this would like that or not. I suppose it depends on what kind of comments they had to make. Yeah, like I said, well, this chat isn't all directed at me. So, I could just, skip over like everything that doesn't look like it's directed at me, or including the stuff that's directed at me for that matter. Because in general, when I'm doing these shows, somebody comes on, I end up not being able to watch the chat while I'm talking with someone on here. And then I miss all the chat that was directed at me anyway. And that reminds me, I got to go back and check the comments on my videos and see, are there comments? Should I be replying to them? And can I get caught up on that? Or it'd probably be easy to catch up on, because I doubt there's, any comments at all. And if so, it's probably not many. Well, I shouldn't say I doubt there's any comments at all. I doubt there are many. There's probably very, very few, and catching up should be easy. But that's another thing I've got to learn to just set some sort of a schedule to doing. And I'm really not good at scheduling things, and I'm trying to get better at it. But I actually have a learning disability. It's called Gerstmann syndrome, and it's a very specific learning disability with like a plethora of possible symptoms. And most of the people who have Gerstmann syndrome have a small subset of the symptoms, which makes it really hard to diagnose. One of those symptoms is dyscalculia. And in my particular case, it gives me a really hard time with dates and time. Learning math can be a challenge, for someone with dyscalculia. It's kind of what dyscalculia is. I'm pretty decent at math, but I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near being an expert on it. I'm pretty decent at it because I've taken a lot of courses on it and stuff like that, and probably forgotten most of what I've learned. And it's a challenge, but time is a complicated thing with its base. To what order do you even put these in? Well, let's see. If you start with the high order, if you write a date down, well, of course there are different formats for writing a date, but if you write a date with the big endian ordering, then it would be starting with the year, base 365. The month would be base 28, 29, 30, 31, all of those bases. Which base depends on which month, and even on which year in some cases, because February can have 28 or 29 days depending on what year it is. And and then there's the day. The year. How many months in the year? There's base. Okay, base 12. No. Yeah. Okay, so it's not. So the big end is 1 year is 12 months, but that's not really base 12. Well, it's base 12 if you're only using the month and the years, but then when you add on the day of the month, then that the year, the big end, the left side is then in days. How many days is that? It's your 12 months per year times your number of days per month, and the number of days varies by the month, so it's 28, 29, 30, or 31. And then you get to the hours in the day, where you would, if you wanted to write it entirely big endian, you would have to put your AM or PM in that point, which I don't know anybody does, and that would be base 2. Then you would write the hours for your 12-hour clock, which is base 12. So you could just combine those and make a 24-hour clock, and just write that part in base 24. And then you've got your minutes, which are base 60. There's 60 minutes in an hour, and then your seconds, which are also base 60. 60 seconds in a minute, and then you've got your point whatever seconds, which is all base 10. And somewhere in all the middle of that, which doesn't, you might put in your day of the week somewhere, which is base 7, because it's 7 days in a week. It's a really complex number system and baffles me something terrible. I have trouble with concepts like a week from Tuesday. A week in which direction from which Tuesday? At any rate. Okay, skimming forward. Yeah, there's that one I read a little while ago. If I take 10 minutes on every comment, I'll be 2 hours behind soon, which I probably am. We are, where am I? Half the comments are relevant. Half the comments aren't relevant now. Yep, probably. It's a cunt. Well, I mean, the subject this was starting with was, are the gods extinct? So if anybody wants to comment on that, those would be comments relevant to that. The series is All Gods Invited. Anybody wants to comment on maybe why gods aren't showing up, or post an invitation in the comments for gods to show up. Maybe some specific gods. I mean, you could run a search on the internet and get a list of like different gods people worship and invite them all one at a time, and then I'll never catch up, because I mean that's a huge list. But yeah, you could add stuff more relevant to that, but I'm just trying to keep up with what's there while I wait for the gods to show up and let us know that they're not extinct, which I don't think is likely to happen, but hey, give him the benefit of the doubt, right? Lots of doubt. That might not have come out right. Will he will never read at this rate. Might tease him now and then, but I really like him. Just don't tell him. Half the comments aren't relevant now. I'm going back and forth now. Well, it seems okay, just a bit green at the moment, but it'll wear off. There's me posting the links. Okay, saw his debate with Hovind, enjoyed it, but Kent just annoys me when he denies everything. He's explaining evolution while denying it. Yeah, that is an interesting thing, how Kent Hovind explains how evolution actually does happen, and then says, that's what we actually see, and that's what God does, and then pretends that what scientists call evolution is this completely far-fetched thing that scientists would be laughed out of the scientific community if they tried to pass off as evolution. And so I mean, evolution is Kent Hovind's religion that he made up. His evolution is his religion, and it's his evolution because nobody else, nobody who understands what evolution is, would ever think that's evolution. I mean, the only people that are calling that ridiculous thing evolution are those people who have been fooled by Kent Hovind and by other people who've been fooled by Kent Hovind into thinking that's evolution. And until they find out what evolution really is, of course they're going to think evolution doesn't happen, because they don't, because for one, he doesn't even describe evolution as something that supposedly does happen. He describes evolution as something that supposedly did happen and never happened since, and isn't happening anymore now, which I find rather ironic, because that's exactly what his God origin story is, where where God supposedly did something once and never does it since. That God created the heavens and the earth once. Don't see him doing it now. God, made human out of dust once. Don't see it happening now. God made another human out of a rib once. Don't see him doing it now. God flooded the entire planet once. Don't see him doing it now. We see rainbows. That's supposed to be evidence that, that God did flood the planet and promised not to do it again. Until you understand what a rainbow is and how it forms, and that, that's not God's secret encoded message. That's just light reflecting off of water molecules, bouncing around inside of them and being diffracted. That's not water molecules, water droplets rather. That's that's light passing through water in the air. You get enough moisture in the air, it starts to form water droplets, and the next thing you know, the light's being separated into its constituent colors, and the visible spectrum becomes apparent in the sky, forming a nice neat circle around the shadow of your head, by the way. Hi, dog.
Hello, mate. I thought I'd come and say hello.
That's cool. Did you want to post the link to your channel in the private chat here, and I can grab that and stick it over in the comments?
Oh, I don't know how to do that. I'll have to get my boy to do that.
Oh, okay. Well, some other time
dog.
then.
It's just dog.
Okay, so just run a search for dog on YouTube, and it should show up.
Well, this video is going to get taken down anyway, because you mentioned Ken Hovind, so it's going to get flagged to fuck. Mentioning that cretin.
Maybe, probably not, because it's so long. His followers aren't likely to find it. And it's not like there are omniscient beings out there that are gonna tell Kent Hovind, hey, you might want to flag this video, because we can't.
It should be. I think it should be flagged anyway, just for mentioning his name. I think his name is just It's just a swear word on humanity, as far as I'm concerned. An oak tree won't give birth to a chicken. Well, it fucking did. Everyone will freak out, Kent.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that YouTube isn't flagging that particular swear word. I mean, I know my first name, Donald, is considered a swear word by a lot of people now, and and yet I can say it, and I'm pretty sure that YouTube isn't going to flag my video for having mentioned my first name.
Well, as you know, I have the same name as you, mate, and I don't see it as a swear.
Yeah, that's right. I've forgotten about that. Yes, you do.
Well, until I paint myself orange, of course, that'll be a different story.
Yeah. Well,
you're going back to Ken Hovind.
I picked a different color.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's a blue rinse, we call that over here.
Okay. Well, it's indigo actually, but it doesn't show up real well on the computer. I've noticed in some cases it looks purple, and in some cases it looks blue, and I haven't yet found a case where it actually looks the color that it is.
Either or, it hides the grey.
A little bit, yeah. The grey is still showing through there, but that's kind of intentional. The way I put it in there, it's like highlights.
You need your roots doing, mate.
Yeah, I leave them exposed on purpose.
but going back to the KH, I won't mention his name. A dino doctor with his PhD, which it's only a honorary religious paid for PhD, which he got from, I don't know, the Jesus Christ University of God.
Yeah,
which is probably a room above a dry cleaners or something. Yeah, but this is it, and it's only relevant in La La Land and is completely useless in reality as a PhD.
La La Land. I've wondered about that. Is there a Los Angeles, Louisiana? Lala.
Well, I think Lala. Yeah, I think Lala's a mental state, really. And Ken Hovind and his cult and his little harem or wherever he's got with kids running about and whatever. He is a mental state in his own right. But he will do if he does see this video, and we've mentioned him, he will do a rebuttal video where he sits there and he'll question everything about the video, and he's got no right to, because the man is a fucking joke. But
well, if anybody sees me mentioned on any of Kent Hovind's videos, or any video where they think it's worth mentioning it to me, I'd really appreciate it if they let me know. Send me a direct message in Twitter, or at least mention me in Twitter and mention it. If not direct message, but anybody can direct message me. So that would be the better way, because I get less of those than the mentions, and they're easier to find later because they don't get flooded with other stuff.
Well,
usually.
This is it with the likes of your Kent Hovinds and your Ken Hams and I don't know, your Sam Harris's, your Kenneth Copeland's. If there's people out there willing to buy the bullshit, they'll keep selling it. Of course they will.
Yeah, and that's what it's really all about. It's about making money, and this is actually one of the biggest reasons why from early on in my life I've been advocating for some sort of a universal guaranteed basic income, because I don't think anyone should have to resort to lying to people or fooling people or degrading the overall condition of humanity in order to make a living. I mean, we should be able to get by without hurting each other. And if we want something extra in life, we should get that from doing something positive, for giving something valuable to the world, not for fooling people into thinking that we have something valuable to offer and tricking them out of the money that they could use for something that actually was valuable.
Yeah. No, I do agree, but obviously you put PhD on the end of your name, then it's relevant to people, but it's not when it's a religious PhD, because it's absolutely meaningless.
Well,
for
even if your PhD is in the subject that you're discussing, which okay, he's discussing religion, but I mean, he also discusses other stuff and seems to concentrate more on the other stuff because he thinks that promotes his religion. But even if your PhD is in the subject you're discussing, nobody knows everything on a given subject. I mean, unless they made the subject up, I mean, humans do a lot of studying and looking into things, and subjects expand, and I mean, there's so much knowledge out there to be gained. But yeah, you're right. People put too much credit on that sort of a label and say, oh, they're an expert, so therefore what they say must be true. And I would certainly not want ever to have anything that I said believed simply because someone thought I was an expert. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even want someone to believe me just because they know me well and they trust me. I would rather that if something seems questionable, that they refrain from choosing to believe it. And if they think I'm trustworthy, then they can also, refrain from choosing to disbelieve it, and simply accept the fact that they don't really know. Because I mean, there are things that have happened in my life that, and I won't generally mention such things to just anyone. If I feel like I'm among friends, it might come up. But things that if I mention them, I expect no one I mention them to is going to believe them, and I know they're true. But I certainly wouldn't expect anyone to believe them, let alone require them to.
Yeah, and that's a good point. But obviously, forcing this nonsense on people. I'm not saying Kent isn't an idiot. He's far from it. He's quite an intelligent human being. For what
some
I've
ways,
seen
he seems to be, yeah.
But level of you can have this level of intelligence and just use it for the wrong things, which he does.
Well, and that's just it. I think depending on how a person looks at him, he can seem to be a complete idiot or he can seem to be a genius. And I think a lot of that is because he's taken what intelligence he has and focused it all on one small thing. And so he's a genius in that area, and that is, how to fool people, how to trick people out of their money in a particular way, not just in general, but in a particular way. And he's gotten very good at that particular scam.
And as I don't like saying this, but as Itchy Cunt said in chat, he doesn't think Kent believes his own bullshit, which I don't think he does. It's always been the money with Kent. I mean, his past shows this with his tax fiddles and whatnot.
I'm looking in the live chat at something that you said.
So you're hours back behind, mate. So
yeah, it says
I'm looking at
El is
the end.
God and not Yahweh. Elohim refers to the pantheon of Hebrew gods. Yeah, El being one of the gods in that pantheon. But that's if you go to the linguistic evolution, like for example, my last name Kronos is taken from the ancient Greek word Kronos, which was actually the ancient Greek name of our universe. The god Kronos, also sometimes transliterated as Kronos, has a name that is derived from that word and often spelled the same way. So it's a matter of when in the history you're going back to. And if you go far enough back, if you look at other uses of the word Elohim, you'll find, for example, in the Bible, which is, that's our reference, what we've got for that ancient Hebrew. I mean, there isn't much else left, but uses in the Bible of the word Elohim where it doesn't say God. There are a lot of them. And it refers to things like forces and powers and stuff like that. And so yes, that's sort of the, what's that?
There's hundreds of gods in Judaism or Hebrew.
Right. But what I'm saying is the gods were referred to that way because they were powerful. First and foremost, Elohim is the plural of force or power. It's like the forces or the powers. But then, of course, it gets used for the powerful things known as gods. The god of wind would be the power of wind. The god of if they had a god of gravity, that would have been the force of gravity. It's the same thing. The only difference is when you use the God concept, the implication is you're then anthropomorphizing it. You're taking the force of gravity and giving it arms and legs and eyes and things like that.
Whoa. What is gravity? Doesn't exist. You know this. Come on, where have you been? You've never watched one flat Earth video in your life, mate. All to do with density and buoyancy.
More than I wanted to. Yeah. Okay, well then let's go with the god of buoyancy.
Yeah, that's more like it.
Yeah. You throw a beach ball out on the ocean and you say, well, it floats because of the force of buoyancy, not gravity. And if you give the force of buoyancy arms and legs, and the beach ball gets up and walks on water like Jesus, that's the god of buoyancy, right?
Well, if Jesus did these tricks, he was just probably the David Copperfield of his time, I would have thought. Just a magician.
Oh yeah.
Sleight of hand and all of that.
Yeah, one of his early tricks, of course, the whole loaves and fishes thing, wouldn't have even been very impressive in a David Copperfield show.
Yeah, he moved the Statue of Liberty, didn't he?
Or so it appeared.
But you go on about gods. You've got 33 million gods in Hinduism. 33 million. How do you deal through that? Where do you even start there? But they have their basic version of hell as well, which is basically dying. You're reborn and you die. You're reborn and you die. That's their hell.
Yeah.
Spinning in your grave, basically.
And of course, counting them is a bit of an issue as well, because if you count just the names of God, well, for example, in English, Yahweh and Jehovah are the same God, unless you're a Mormon, in which case Jehovah is Jesus and Yahweh is God the Father, but they're both transliterations of the same tetragrammaton from the Hebrew, and so it's the same Hebrew name with two different transliterations into Roman letters, pronounced a certain way in English and then respelled certain ways in some other languages, and pronounced different ways in different languages, but sometimes spelled the same. And if you take all these different spellings from different languages and you say every one of those is a different God, well, you'd be making a mistake in a sense, but in a sense you're not, because, for example, Roman Catholicism and Irish Catholicism are not quite the same religion. They have different views of exactly what God is and what things God has done, and therefore Yahweh is, in a sense, two different gods, very slightly different between those two religions. And so the question then becomes, where do you make the dividing point? And we run into that a lot in the millions of different gods worshipped in India, or recognized in their mythologies in India, whether worshipped or not. And and then you've got their gods having avatars, where a god projects itself as something, like in human form, for example, or in the form of an elephant or a dog or an ox, or whatever the case might be. And that can be seen in some stories as being a different god because it's got a different form, but then they'll put that together in another story and say, well, it's the same god showing up in two different forms. And so one god might be like the embodiment of several other gods, and they could say, well, that's one god, but it's also several gods, and these other gods are its avatars, and then those gods have avatars as well, and maybe their avatars have avatars.
Well, it's like the Old Testament. There's 96 separate gods, 96 separate gods mentioned in the Old Testament.
Yeah, I think
Well, a
that's a
lot of
little bit hard to count as well. I'm not sure where
Oh
that
no,
exact
no,
number
no.
comes from.
There is 96 other gods.
Well, I'm
But
just saying for the same reason, because sometimes, well, I mean, like Jesus is claimed to have a bunch of different names. In some names used in the Old Testament, people say those are names of Jesus, and some, and of course the New Testament, I think, has like a list of, these are different names he'll be called by, and in the same sense. Now, one of the things in the Old Testament, you've got different gods that are described as like the god of this and the god of that and the god of something else, and the gods with certain attributes attached to them as what kind of a god they are, and in that sense you could count those up. But then again, they say Yahweh is a jealous god. Well, does that mean there's Yahweh the jealous God, and maybe there's also Yahweh the not jealous God, and that could be two different gods? Because if you say Yahweh is the jealous God, and then you got another place where it says maybe Yahweh is not jealous, that might not be talking about the same Yahweh. So then the same name could refer to more than one God, and the same God could have more than one name. And that's what I mean about it being hard to count.
According to Scripture, Yahweh won a wager against one of the other gods, so for him to be the shining one and only God.
Yeah, that just doesn't work no matter how you look at it, if you look at the whole book.
Hebrews, I mean, you have the Roman and the Greek gods before Christian gods, Hebrew gods, which mention things like, Hebrews got their gods of mischief, which was Beelzebub. That's a Hebrew god. There's loads in the L. I think there's 7 altogether in the that fall under the L category.
Beelzebub, by the way, is a variation. I forget what the other one is, but there's at least 2 very similar names there, and one of them was actually like kind of making fun of the other one, like somebody.
Well,
I forget what it was, but it was Lord of something other got changed over to mean like Lord of the Flies, and the whole idea being basically like we're mocking your god, and of course there's that claim that Yahweh doesn't get mocked, but we know better.
Well, Beelzebub is basically the Hebrew Loki. That's who he was, but
basically,
you go back.
Was Loki Hebrew? I thought Loki was Greek. Or not either one. Wait, no, Loki is Norse.
No, Loki was Norse, and he's the god of mischief. Yeah.
That's just it. There's so many gods. Even if you have knowledge of these, gods that are believed in, there's so many, it gets confusing.
Well, there's people that still believe in a lot of the Greek gods and a lot of the Roman gods and
the Norse gods and the pagan gods and the Egyptian gods and the African gods and the Indian gods and
well, the Egyptians as well as worshipping the sun, they worshipped a lot of animals as gods. But you look at Hebrew, and Hebrew words, especially old scriptured words, have a lot of different meanings. Like the Hebrew for hell was Sheol, and that was what it was in scripture, which basically just means grave or eternal darkness or eternal nothingness. Sheol, Sheol, or Shoel. Shoel. I don't know.
Something like that.
But
it's basically that's where you're buried. So when they ask where is someone, where is this person? Well, he's in Sheol. Okay, or in Sheol, or however you pronounce it. It just means he's in the grave. He's buried. He's dead. It's a polite way of saying he's dead. Kind of like when when somebody says where did so and so go, and they say, well, he's in the bathroom. And what they mean is he's in the toilet room, and that toilet room might not even have a bathtub or a way of bathing, but they didn't really want to say he's in the toilet room.
Well, that's right. But then you've got Christianity, and you've got the Old Testament, and you've got the New Testament. Now, the Old Testament mentions many other gods, and it's even in the. And as far as Christians are concerned, the Old Testament has their whole morality code written within that book, so they can't dismiss it. They can't dismiss even the first commandment mentions, God Himself, His beliefs in other gods, where He says, "There shall be no other gods before me," because He knows other gods did exist. It's written in that very
exactly.
book.
Yeah, it's not. There aren't any other gods to be before Him. It's that, in that perspective there are, and He's saying He's got to be the first one. And that was the origins of monotheism. Wasn't, there's only one God, but rather there's only one God that's important to us.
But this is right, and because of well, it has become monotheist now. A lot of them even say Allah isn't their God, but it's the same God, it's Abrahamic God.
I got to respond to Otangelo Grasso, by the way, in the comments, because I am still way behind on that. He says, you can invite Jesus into your heart, Donald. Why don't you do this? Well, Otangelo Grasso, what makes you think I haven't? As a matter of fact, I was raised in a Christian household. I invited Jesus into my heart probably about as many times as I invited Jesus over to my house, which is quite a few. Never showed up in either one, as far as I can tell. Maybe he's just hiding, maybe he's invisible, maybe he's intangible, maybe he's undetectable. But yeah, the invitation was made. And at this point, I can't really say that the invitation to be in my heart is a standing invitation, because if he is real, I mean, I know enough now to think, well, that might clog my arteries or something, and I'd rather not have that happen. If he can do so without doing any damage, sure, he's welcome, have at it. And if that's his way of showing himself to me, it's a pretty stupid way of going about it, but I'll let him give it his best shot. But he is invited to show up on this show and speak for himself. Now, Otangelo says he will not show up. What a silly request. Ridiculous. Well, okay, Otangelo, if you think it's silly and ridiculous and that your God won't show up, then don't be surprised if we think it's silly and ridiculous to believe your God is real, because it is. Otangelo says being on two channels simultaneously is confusing and serves no purpose at all. Well, Otangelo, you're showing your ignorance again. If there wasn't a purpose, I wouldn't have done it. Yes, you're right. It's confusing. We're dealing with that.
Well, you're learning the ropes, mate. You're learning, can you stream on two channels simultaneously?
Yeah, I had several reasons for doing what I did. It's not serving no purpose. It's serving multiple purposes. And the fact that Otangelo is ignorant of those purposes, doesn't change the fact that they exist. Just as, the fact that I am ignorant of the existence of his God doesn't change whether or not his God exists. It either does or it doesn't. And I don't know that his God exists. Therefore, I don't believe that his God exists. If I knew that his God existed, I would believe that his God exists. But, he shouldn't be at all surprised that that a God that he thinks it's silly to even ask to show itself wouldn't be believed in by people who, have never seen evidence of that God. I mean, it could, you might as well be saying, believe in the Tooth Bunny and the Easter Fairy, and they're not going to show themselves either.
Yeah. Well, they might do.
They might. But I mean, if you're going to ask someone to believe in them and then say it's silly to ask them to, show up, or to ask anyone to invite them to, come and speak for themselves. If you're going to speak on behalf of the Tooth Bunny and the Easter Fairy, and tell somebody that it's really important that you do the things that the Tooth Bunny and the Easter Fairy want you to do, and I am the one who can tell you what they want you to do, and I've got a book that told me what they want you to do, and I know things they want you to do that the book doesn't say, but you got to take my word for it because they talk to me in my head, and it would be just silly, to try to ask for any evidence that they even exist, let alone evidence of what they actually want. But you just got to take my word for it and do what they want because I said so. Yeah, it shouldn't be at all surprised when somebody says, I don't believe you. I mean, it's not to say that, the person thinks you're lying. They're not saying you're a liar. They might be, but I mean, not necessarily. It's just, it's not believable, and acknowledge that fact. It's not believable. Like I said, there are things that have happened in my life that on rare occasions I will mention one of those things to someone, and see how they react. I mean, that's not why I mentioned them. It's just something, if it comes up in conversation, the topic goes that way, it might get mentioned. And if it does, if they say, I don't believe that, I'd be like, good, you probably shouldn't. I know it's true. And if I didn't know for a fact that it was true, I wouldn't believe it either.
But how could you believe it? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Go back to the Old Testament, which is actually the crutch that no Christian wants, is the Old Testament. If they could take the 10 Commandments from that book and put that in the New Testament, then, they've got nothing to, they'd be happy as Larry. But because of that Old Testament and that moral code that they have, that Old Testament is basically just, that immoral monster God, who's an egotist. He wants wants people to love him.
But it does say not to kill.
Yeah, but even that
something right.
Well, yeah. Well, but then when should you kill? If you've got a guy coming and threatening your family with a gun, do you shoot him, or do you say, well, no, God says I'm not going to kill him, kill the family, and then kill me? Even that isn't right.
And then you can go to. If you combine that with Jesus saying, turn the other cheek, then it's basically like, well, when you're done shooting the rest of my family, make sure you shoot me too.
Yeah.
And how sensible is that, really?
Well, it's not. There's a self-preservation there. The same with Cain when he tried to self-preserve by trying to hide Abel's body. In God, and that's just that wipes the 10 Commandments straight off the board as being a moral code, and shows that morality is inherent.
According to that mythology, there were no 10 Commandments at that time. God hadn't given anybody any instructions other than don't eat that fruit. That's it, and they already broke that one. And and then so Cain kills his brother Abel, and he knows it's wrong. He knows he did something, that he's going to get in trouble if if God finds out about that, and he's expecting he can hide that from God. Now, whether God was all knowing and he didn't know that yet, or maybe God's not really all knowing and he knew that, whatever the case might be, he figured he could hide his brother's corpse and God wouldn't know the difference, and that hiding his brother's corpse is a good idea. I mean, it doesn't make it out as in like, he killed his brother and he thought, a burial service would be a good idea, like in reverence for his dead brother or something. It doesn't say, doesn't indicate in any way that, maybe he thought his brother was burning in hell forever, or his brother was, happily living in heaven and had moved on to a better place. No, he just wanted to hide the body, hide the evidence of what he had done, because he knew he did something that was wrong, even though there hadn't been any commandments given not to do it. And of course, what was the first thing Moses commanded when he brought down the commandments to the people that said not to kill? First thing he ends up commanding is to kill a bunch of people.
He was already a murderer before them tablets came out.
Yeah.
Don't forget, Moses was already killed.
And so Moses was already a mass murderer. His God supposedly writes rules for him to bring to his people. And he's supposed to pass on these commandments, which includes among them, not like first and foremost, but hidden down there, somewhere in the bulk. And there were more than 10 commandments that the people were supposedly given. But, which commandments were supposedly etched in stone might be a little vague depending on how you're reading the thing. But mixed in with don't eat the meat of a calf that's been seethed in its mother's milk and all of this other stuff. Somewhere in there was a don't kill. And what's the first thing he does? Tell his people to break that commandment of the God that just supposedly wrote these commandments down so they could have their law in written form, which they already had in spoken form.
Well, seven of them commandments are basically God saying, "Oh, love me."
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the whole thing.
Thou shalt not steal, and thou shalt not kill. Fair enough, but then you got to look at situations like Les Miserables or self-preservation, killing wise, and the 10th commandment is basically a thought crime. I mean, it's just utter, which just goes with the rest of the book, which is just utter. It's just command after command. It's it's laws on how to slavery and how you can kill your children if they disrespect you. You can either stone them or feed them to the bears or the wolves. Human sacrifice, just murder. If you don't believe if you don't believe in this one and true God, you kill people. It's just a book of immoral shit. And because Jesus in the New Testament, he didn't condone any of that. In fact, he amplified the word of God from the Old Testament.
Just like the Bible says that God is good but makes him out to be evil. The Jesus character in the New Testament kind of does sort of the same thing of speaking against himself, where he basically speaks against all of the laws and the teachings, everything that was all twisted and wrong, while at the same time saying, well, I didn't come to condemn the laws but to uphold the laws.
Well, that's it. He was just upholding what the Old Testament says. And
but do you want to know? Do you want to know what I consider the most ridiculous thing of the whole 10 Commandments story?
Well, go on.
That Moses had to go up in the mountains, supposedly up the side of the volcano, to where where the heat from the molten lava had caught bushes on fire, or, whatever the case might be. But, he had to go up the mountain, long trip, away from people, away from any witnesses, and spend a long enough time up there to carve those stones himself in order to come back with stones that had supposedly been carved by God.
Absolutely.
When it would have made so much more sense if he really wanted the people to know that this was actually the word of God, if he would have just prayed from where he was, since God pays attention to him apparently, and said, God, we're having trouble, figuring out which things you really want us to do, because, we don't have our own idea of what's right and wrong. We need God's idea of what's right and wrong. So, would you please chop off a couple of pieces of rock from that mountain over there and, bring them down here and, carve your instructions into them for us so we can carry around these big heavy stones, or whatever, and let the people see you're doing it so they know that's God's work. I mean, if he'd have been a little more imaginative, maybe he could have said, God, can you please write your laws down in a way that we couldn't even imagine, and let us see you doing it, and deliver this thing to us that that we can read your laws from, something that'll be easy to carry around with us, that tells us everything you'd like us to know, since some of us aren't capable of like imagining you into existence, or talking with you, and I mean, it would have been so easy to do that in a more convincing way if his God was real. The way the story is written, it very much looks like if it happened at all, it was just a case of this Moses character fooling his people, nothing more.
Well, he did have the experience. He was 900 years old, don't forget. And Noah, that's why
Lots
he
of time
built
to learn to fool people, huh?
That's why that's why he built a boat all on his own. He was over 700, wasn't he, or 500, 25 years old or wherever he was when he built
boat?
that.
Oh wait, did I say Noah instead of Moses?
Well, I said Noah and his super yacht.
Okay.
But bear in mind, this boat, this Bronze Age boat, which he would have only had like bronze nails to build it, and
oh yeah,
how he built it, it would have had to carry.
Here's the thing, I mean, why is an all-powerful being using pathetically old and decrepit people to do his work when he could effortlessly do the work himself? I mean, it would have made a whole lot more sense for God to just do it and say,
well, that's
okay,
right.
Okay, Noah, here's your spaceship. I've teleported all of the animals into it that need to be there. I'm going to explain to you what this is for, and then I'll teleport you and your family on board, and you're going to be spending a little time off of the Earth while I, unnecessarily kill every living thing left on the planet.
Oh, and by the way, Noah, you're going to need at least 40 tons or 4,000 tons or 40,000 tons of food just for the elephants alone, and they will produce 38,000 tons of shit. And you'll need a lot more with the water as well.
Yeah,
fresh water
yeah.
for them.
See, and there you go. And God could have just made a ship big enough to hold all that stuff. Could have built the ship in orbit, and safely distant from the planet, so it wouldn't be harmed by all of this magic going on, and could have supplied it with all the food necessary, or given it food replicator technology like they have on some of the Star Trek sci-fi, and
yeah, exactly.
Noah could have just walked over to the computer and said Earl Grey hot, or some equivalent in his language.
As I say, the Old Testament is the crutch of Christianity that they shouldn't have, but they can't dismiss it, because dismissing
they can't believe with it, and they can't believe without it.
Theology, exactly. It would dismiss most of their theology.
So they just have to make
nonsense. So that they have to put up with the nonsense, and when you've got the likes of Ken Ham trying to justify the Ark story, which is just utterly ridiculous. And then you got this slavery, and why should, if a kid disrespects a parent, why should they be stoned?
Yeah, no kidding. Well, what's more, not only does the Bible say that if your children disrespect you, that they should be stoned, but it also says you should lie about them and say that they're a drunkard.
Yeah,
and because they misbehaved or they were disrespectful, therefore they're a drunkard. Like, how does that follow? That's a non sequitur. I mean, it literally says that you should bring them to the people and make claims about them without any validity behind those claims, and lie about your children so that the village will stone your child to death because your child was disobedient, and you lied about your child and said that there were other reasons to stone your child to death. I mean, how much more immoral could the Bible get than to suggest that you should get a village to kill your child on behalf of your God by lying about your child?
You look at Deuteronomy or Leviticus, them books are barbaric, literally barbaric, and there was a lot of law made through them, and a little bit later you got a Herodic law, where Herod just it's just utter nonsense. And then you have the Book of Daniel, which is a book of prophecies, really, which don't make any sense whatsoever. On a time span of over thousands of years, and the same with Revelation. The end of that is prophecy as well, which is just as equally as nonsensical. But,
yes, very much so.
But obviously, there is people that do believe in this, and you got to respect them to the fact that they will believe in this. And
I mean,
it's a shame.
We can make fun of the beliefs without making fun of the people. It's not their fault they've been fooled, you know. And that is a difficult thing sometimes to separate that, to not make fun of the people, because it really isn't their fault they got fooled, and they shouldn't feel bad about having fooled. But if you don't make fun of the stuff that fooled them, then how are you going to help them figure out that they've been fooled? Because as long as you take it seriously and treat the stuff that's ridiculous with reverence, you're kind of helping to build that facade around it that hides how ridiculous it is, and helps people to keep believing something they probably should give up believing for their own good. I did want to mention the Rivelin mentioned in the live chat about base 60 says comes from Sumeria. That part I'm not so sure about, but I know that's one of the places at least that base 60 originated from. I think it actually had multiple origins, but I'm not sure. But he mentions that it's well, he, she, whatever. The Rivelin mentions base 60 is base 12 times 5, because yes, base 12 was already in use. And one of the nice things about base 12 is that 12 can be divided in so many different ways. It's because of 12 being a multiple of 2 and a multiple of 3, and also multiple of 4, which is a multiple of 2 times 2, and multiple of 6, which is which is 2 times 3. That you've got a lot of different things you can divide it into 12, and then by multiplying it by 5, which is another prime number, you get a whole bunch more stuff you can evenly divide into it, and it makes fractions a whole lot easier to work with, until you get to fractions that don't work nicely in it, like 1/7 or 1/13 or 1/11. But yeah, it's a very useful number system, and I mean, I think if humanity had started out like using base 60 and base 2 and stuck with both of those number systems for 2 different sets of purposes, converting back and forth between them wouldn't be easy, but working within each system would have had its own advantages. Anyway, didn't mean to cut you off completely there. I just thought some mention of that was worth throwing in there.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah. Well, numbers in anything is always hard, because didn't the number 0 come about in the 10th century or the 11th century in India?
But what was that?
Number 0. I believe it was
number
used
0.
before, but it was never understood.
Yeah, I'm not sure where or when that originated, but yeah, most of all of the oldest number systems completely lacked a 0. They didn't even have a way of representing the idea of knowing what the thing is, but not having any number of that thing.
Well, what I gather, I think it was 10th century. Someone can probably Google it. I think it was 10th century India. I don't know the guy's name, but they used to count with rocks. And
Tangelo says it's not possible to please God without gullibility. Oh, he used the word faith, but same thing. Not possible to please God without gullibility. Your demand for God to show up is silly. Well, Tangelo Grasso, I'm not demanding that God show up. It's silly of your God to not show up. If your God wants to be believed in and your God doesn't want to show up, that's just silly. And it's silly of your God to be pleased by faith, because you could have faith in everything, in anything. You can have faith in the devil if you want. You can have faith that pink unicorns are flying in your left ear and out your right ear all day long. And it doesn't make it true, but you could believe it because you have faith. You can convince yourself of anything, no matter how ridiculous, if you have enough faith to do it. And if that's your God's idea of something that is pleasing, then that says something pretty bad about your God. So maybe your God isn't as bad as you make your God out to be. Your God is welcome to show up on and speak for themselves if they want to discredit what you just claimed about them. Otherwise, I'll just laugh at your God for being that ridiculous that they would be pleased by faith and at your considering my invitation to be a demand, because it's not. So there you go. Ha ha. Funny. Good laugh, Otangelo. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Doug.
I forgot what the question was, mate.
Oh, sorry. Well, let me continue on with the chat then.
Get on with the chat.
James W says, Donald, there are limits to evolution. Do you think they will ever get a pig as big as Texas? Oh yeah, he's kind of quoting or paraphrasing Kent Hovind there. And yeah, no, I don't think they'll ever have a pig as big as Texas. As a matter of fact, if they evolved the life form as big as Texas, well, I mean, technically, it would be a descendant. It would be whatever it was a descendant of. It would still, be a member of that clade. So, if, for example, you took pig cells, and ever. Here's a thought. Let's just say, for example, hypothetically, that somebody decided to make a meat manufacturing plant, not by growing pigs, but by growing pig cells. Well, technically, those pig cells are still of the same species as the pig. I don't think it would be called a pig. It would be that same species, but I don't think anybody would call it a pig. If you just grew a lump of meat the size of Texas, maybe, like in some factory in orbit around the Earth or whatever the case might be, or out there in outer space when people are, living away from planets, you could call it a pig. I mean, after all, it's just a name. But no, I don't think that's likely to ever happen. I wouldn't say it's an impossibility. It's definitely not beyond the scope of evolution. It may be beyond the scope of natural evolution, natural meaning without, some kind of intervention like human intervention, for the simple matter of fact that, the cells, the animal cells have to be fed. And in order to be fed, there has to be some way of getting the food to them. And when you get this, something of very large size, you need, blood veins or something to transport the nutrients around to feed all the cells. And when you're talking about something as big as Texas, well, then you're looking at, like crushing weights that would likely keep a heart from being able to beat. So, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff to be considered in that. Could it be engineered and then evolved through careful guided process of evolution and intentionally added mutations? Probably. I doubt anyone will ever do that. So no, I don't think that ever will happen, but it could.
This is where Ken Hovind needs to be sat in a room and explain politely to him evolution is a process. It's not an event, as he puts it.
He knows, which is why he won't debate me again, because he wants to go on lying to people. And if he wants to show that isn't the case, he's welcome to come on here and talk to me, or invite me to another debate. I have already put out the invitation. I got a letter back from his secretary saying that he won't be scheduling a debate with me at this time, and that's the last I've heard from it. So yeah, I'm almost 100% certain, as close to 100% certain as I can be of anything. Kent Hovind knows better. He heard me. He ignored me, or at least pretended to ignore me. He knows evolution is a process. He knows that it is the process of change adding up. and he's still pretending that it is an origin story, and he's going to go on pretending that because that's how he fools people out of their money.
That's it. It's all about the money with him. It always has been. A lot of them, it's all about the money. Well, I would say most of them. A few of them do. I'm not saying religion is all bad.
Whoops.
At all.
Knocked my earphones out.
You know, they do a lot for their communities, their local communities, and things like that. I go to church here in my little village because I do it as a community thing. It's a good chance to meet up and find out what's going on with the village, even though I don't believe in any of the dogma that goes on.
I have done countless hours of volunteer work under churches, because churches tend to have the community to be able to put stuff like that together, and they've got money that's being given to them. And of course, in general, most churches don't use a large portion of their money for such things. They use a tiny little fraction of it because that makes them look good, and then people keep giving them money. But regardless of that sort of stuff, yeah, they do some good. And I really think that when it comes to should we get rid of the concept of church and the concept of religion, I don't think it's necessary to get rid of it. I think it's better if we actually recognize what it is, that it is a type of life form. It's not biological life, but it is a thing that grows and evolves and changes and branches. And if we recognize the things that it does, if we take a generalized theory of evolution and apply it to religion, we can guide the evolution of religion the same way we could guide the evolution of anything else. I mean, I would really like to see the day when, and I don't know how vegans would feel about this. I'm guessing it'd be different from one to another. But like lions, for example, you wouldn't let an average lion run around loose in Los Angeles or New York or any other, human civilization with a lot of humans around, because chances are, the lion's gonna, feel like it's running around the buffet, and when it gets hungry, any one of those walking pieces of meat is a potential target. But we could domesticate a branch of lions, and the same as we've done with wolves and foxes, and we could make domesticated lions that where like the Bible says, the lion will lie down with the lamb. We could literally have domesticated lions that would be perfectly comfortable sitting next to a domesticated lamb, and the two of them would have no reason to be scared of each other. Even though the lions do need to eat meat in order to live. In fact, we could even go to the point of guiding the evolution of a domesticated lion to the point where they could eat stuff other than meat, where they could eventually live on an omnivorous or even herbivorous diet, and still be descended from lions and still have a lot of the traits that lions have. And resemble a lion, but be distinguishable from the wild kind, so we don't have to worry about if we run into one, can we tell which one it is? I think this is something that would be a very interesting project, and I actually think, in my opinion, should be done. Just as the Bible says that there were the gods, and this goes back to the topic that I started this with, of are the gods extinct? It says the gods made us in their image, or God made us in his or her or its image. What if there was some evolved primate that that domesticated us and made us to be more like them, and did such a good job of it that eventually we decided we didn't want to be their property, and we rebelled, and we end up where we are. Well, I mean, okay, we could do the same thing. I mean, if we raised domesticated lions, and some descendants of them eventually had fingers with opposable thumbs and whatever else, and could do all the stuff we do, sure, there's a possibility they might rise up against us, and then we're wiped out and they're running things. But if we were smart enough to see such possibilities in advance, and instead build a society where where such different, diverse, domesticated beings could get along with each other, and we're encouraged to get along with each other, and we're taught to get along with each other, and we're raised to get along with each other, and we're bred to get along with each other in some sense, that they would be encouraged to pick mates that would that get along well with each other, and things of that nature. I think we could have a much more interesting future that way.
No.
And if by some chance the species, the subspecies Homo sapiens sapiens, were to end up wiped out by a pandemic or catastrophe or whatever the case might be, humanity would still be able to go on even without humans, because we would have raised other things to continue it in our place.
No, we don't want to be, especially the part where domesticating big cats, mate. We'd all change our names to Joey Exotic, Maria Dentally Challenge Hillbilly, and we'd grow mullets. That's not the way humanity should move forward. If we're going to Mars, I think, mate.
Well, and this is the whole thing. I think the discussion is important. What directions, not what single direction, but what directions should humanity go in the future? And this is one of the reasons why I think it's very important that humanity eventually learn to live without a planet. And this is something I don't see talked about much. We talk about going to another planet, living on another planet, but there's very, very little discussion of living without a planet. Now, if you look at something like Battlestar Galactica, it's a science fiction series. They're out there. They're living in space. They're living on spaceships. They're doing just fine without a planet, but their goal is to find a certain planet. And then you've got Star Trek, where again their technology supports them without having to live on a planet. They can visit planets anytime they want, but it's still all about the planets. And all the people that they find are living mainly on planets. And, I can't help thinking if technology ever got to that point where, we had like food replicator technology, where we had practically endless energy available to make things with, doing that on a planet, you're just looking at another source of global warming, using all that energy, and a little hysteresis here and there, and next thing you know, there's the planet's getting too hot, as opposed to if you're in a spaceship, not a problem, the heat can just dissipate to space.
Well, I think eventually we'll be out there as a regular thing. As a matter of survival, how long has the Earth got left? A billion years, maybe 2 at the most.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think it's about then, and then our sun's going to go red giant.
The sun will be expanding in about a billion years, I think.
And that is because we have a somewhat unusual kind of star. And our sun is not a real long-lived kind of star. It's one that burns itself out rather fast.
I do have a feeling though that humanity would have wiped itself out by then anyway. The way we deal with things and handle things.
Humanity will probably, humanity as we know it will most likely be extinct. If there's any humanity left, it will most likely not be humanity as we currently know it. Ryan,
not in a billion years time,
is waiting to come in, so I'm gonna go ahead and add Ryan Penzick to the conversation.
Hello, Donald.
Hello, Ryan. Which Donald? We're both called Donald.
Yeah, we're both Donald. I'm Doc and he's Dog.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. You just said hi to both of us at the same time, technically.
Kill 2 ducks at one stone.
With one name.
I very appreciate what.
Can you turn your mic volume up a little bit, Ryan? Do you have a way? Or just get a little closer to it, maybe?
That's how. Oh, shit. That's how I it doesn't really go up that well.
Okay. Well, we'll just have to deal with it. I'm having a hard time hearing you, and I think my volume is up as high as I can get it to go. So,
Wait, you said
yeah,
turn the volume up or turn the volume down?
up. Yeah, if you've
Up.
got a way of raising it, um,
I think I have headphones. Oh,
if
yeah.
not, I can make out what you're saying. It's just a little bit difficult.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, it's your cunt in the chat has said the sun will last about 5 billion years. That's correct, but will the planet Earth that'll obviously warm up a lot before then, because the sun will expand and then retract into.
Yeah. When the sun goes, red giant. Um, I mean,
Uh,
it may or may not completely destroy Earth, but even if it doesn't completely destroy Earth, it will make it completely uninhabitable for humans without at least some advanced protective technology. It
yeah,
would make a lot more sense to just be living in outer space by then.
we would have been in outer space if it wasn't for religion. That slowed science down so much.
Well, yeah, religion doesn't want us to get into outer space because that's where they put their God, the heavens, and they don't want us. They don't want us to get out there and go, well, we're still looking and we haven't found them. Of course, if we do, they'll get around that easily enough. They'll just say, well, space is big. He's out there somewhere. But the whole idea, that he's out there somewhere and he's everywhere, they don't mesh well together.
Well, space, in our viewpoint, is 1 trillion light years across, isn't it?
Ryan, you got any thoughts on that?
Not really. I just wanted to know, like, wanted to know, like, thank you to debate with Ken Hovind. Like, thank you for calling him out, because.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yeah, like
I felt it needed to be done. I mean, other people have debated him, but I had a way of doing it in mind that I'd never seen anyone else do, and I would like to encourage other people to do that same thing, because he's not prepared for it, and he never will be. And that is to go ahead and let him talk about the different kinds of evolution, or the different definitions of evolution, but point out that they are not different definitions of evolution unless you conflate the word evolution with certain kinds of evolution, which are subsets. If you want to conflate the whole thing with the subsets, then yeah, you can say they're different kinds of evolution, but that's just conflation. So yeah, Kent Hovind does a lot of conflating, and I don't.
I would never debate.
When I talk about evolution, I talk about evolution, not just a subset of evolution.
I hate when he says the word kind. Like, why does he say the word kind instead of the species? Species is the most correct way to say it. Isn't that right?
Well, not really, because see, the Bible doesn't say that God created various species. It says God created various kinds. Now, you could translate, because obviously the Bible wasn't originally written in English, you could translate it to say species, but then it would be obviously wrong, because we know speciation happens, and then it would be like, each species is only producing its own species. Well, the human species, to clarify why I say that would be wrong, the human species came from the ape species. Now, ape is not a species anymore. It would have been at one point in the past. So that species didn't produce the ape species. It produced the human species and the orangutan species and the chimpanzee species and a bunch of other species, and that's why ape is no longer a species, because it's been divided up too many times. There wasn't a time when ape was called a species while it was still a species, because humans weren't around to name it back then.
Now is a primate obviously a species? It has to
a
be,
primate,
right?
would have been a species at one point in time as well, but we humans weren't around to call it a species back then.
Interesting.
And apes are a variation of primate. So the species primate would have given rise to the species ape, which gave rise to the species of hominid, which gave rise to the species hominin, which gave rise to the species human. So which gave rise to the species modern human. So we modern humans are a subset of 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 a subset, and they were, each of these larger groupings were a species in their own time, but they're not a species anymore.
Interesting. You see, I'm not really into like the apes and stuff. I just study about the cats and dogs and things like that. But that's just me, though. Are you going to debate with Mr. Batman?
I don't know who that is, and I haven't been invited to or asked to, at least that I know of.
Well, let's just say he's worse than Kent.
Oh.
Because he talks a lot of nonsense. Like, he doesn't talk about the same topic. Like, for example, Dapper Dinosaur?
I recognize the name. I think I've encountered that person. I couldn't tell you for certain. Don't know him well. I can say that much, if I know him at all.
Well, let's just say
I think I've spoken with him.
Well, let's just say that he was debating with Mr. Batman was debating with Dapper Dino, and the topic was, are birds dinosaurs? But when Mr. Batman went on ahead after the debate, he just went a bunch of nonsense. He just you have to watch that video.
Gish galloping.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, like he's like worse than Ken, and he's also a big homophobe.
Well,
like
I don't really care much for debating, and I guess it depends on how much damage he's doing. And Kent Hovind does a lot of damage, and I don't. At the time when I chose to debate him, I wasn't sure whether he was doing the damage on purpose or not, whether he was aware of the damage he was doing or not, whether he was aware that, he was spreading falsehoods or not. I wasn't real sure. I had spoken with him before, and I had taught him things in the past, and I had noticed that, he twisted the things that I taught him and used them in ways that were deceptive, but I wasn't sure whether he did that on purpose or was still fooled himself at this point. And I could be wrong, and he's welcome to come and try to correct me on this if I'm wrong, but at this point I am convinced that he's doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I know it. He's the kind of guy. That's why that Earth creationists are clowns. I'm sorry to say this, but they are clowns. Isn't that right?
I like the fact that you clarified that as Earth creationists.
Or young Earth creationists, or whatever you want to call them.
Young Earth creationists, that is a specific category of creationists that has to do with creation, what the creationists believe. But Earth creationists, well, of course, that would be a category that would include the young Earth creationists and old Earth creationists, as long as they're believing that the Earth was created. Now, this, as Kent Hovind would put it, this is not the Earth. This is the globe of the Earth.
Yeah.
And someone created that globe of the Earth. Now, would a globe Earth creationist be someone who believed that some human created that globe map of the Earth?
No.
Probably not. That probably wouldn't quite qualify. A globe map creationist? Sure, that would qualify.
Yeah.
But we humans create lots of things. And, I don't have any problem with admitting that intelligent design happens and that creation happens. We just don't see any gods doing any of it.
What about Matt Powell? Have you heard of Matt Powell before?
Think so. Not sure if I've seen him or talked to them or not, but the name is definitely familiar. Vaguely so, though. Of course, I'm not real good with names. With me, I could actually know someone reasonably well and still not be sure, by name, because I pay more attention to personalities, and I know the names are important, but I've just never been good with that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because Matt Powell's another creationist that that talks a lot of nonsense. He was actually using a car as a reference of evolution. Like it's driving like a car or something.
Okay.
it just makes no sense.
Well, cars do evolve. And the path
I mean,
that a car takes as it's going somewhere evolves also. But to conflate that with generational biological evolution is either, to make a mistake or to be dishonest, depending whether a person realizes that it's a mistake. And, and yes, cars do evolve. Cars have designs that they're built based on, and the designs of the cars evolve. Therefore, the phenotype of the car, the thing made from the design, also evolves along with the design. And evolution is just a accumulation of change. It's just change adding up. If you start in Los Angeles and you drive to New York, your position changes along the way, and that change adds up. You move a little bit east and a little more east and a little more east, maybe a bit north or a bit south, and all of those changes add together to get you to your destination. And that is the evolution of your path along the road that you took. The journey itself includes more than just the path along the road, but the journey itself also evolves. You might stop in a gas station along the way and buy some food to eat on the way, and all of these things that add up to make up the whole journey are parts of the evolution of that journey. But that evolution does not happen quite in the same way as, for example, traits being inherited by future generations of living organisms. Because, for example, Lamarckian evolution claimed erroneously that if a living organism acquired a trait during its lifetime, that acquired trait could be passed on to its offspring, and that's not how it works. Genetics doesn't work that way, and Lamarck didn't know that. Jean-Baptiste Lamarck wasn't aware of that. And in Charles Darwin's time, Charles Darwin didn't know that either, but he strongly suspected it didn't work that way. And when he worked out his particular theory of evolution, he didn't rule that out, but he did recognize that it seemed very unlikely and there was evidence against it.
I see. I didn't know. Learn something every day.
Yeah. Now other things. There are other things that can and do evolve that way. I mean, for example, if somebody buys a stock car, just buys a car the way it comes out of the factory, and then dog took off. Hi dog. Somebody buys a car as per the factory's design, and they modify that car themselves, and maybe they add some fancy tail fin to it or whatever, and and somebody, people see that and they like that and they talk about it, and then maybe somebody who knows someone who works at the factory talks to someone about, hey, I've heard something about this particular design of car being really cool if it had this certain thing added to it. Wouldn't that be cool? And and then they pass that idea on to someone else, and they say, well, a friend of mine brought up the idea of this car having this thing added to its design. Next thing you know, that could get added to the design. So a car, beyond the stage of its development into a fully made, fully functional car, gets a feature after the fact, and that feature can end up in the design of a descendant of that car. In the same sense, with genetic engineering, we have the ability to, for example, take a luciferase gene from a firefly and put that into a cell of something that doesn't glow in the dark, and give it the ability to glow in the dark. We might someday be able to give humans or descendants of modern humans, which would still be human, the ability to photosynthesize, by taking genes out of chloroplast and adding them to our own cells, and in such a way that they're triggered when they're on the surface in our skin cells, and basically not doing anything otherwise. So they're not wasting resources producing the ability to photosynthesize like deep inside the body, but where we receive sunlight, we could get the ability to process certain chemicals that way, and maybe augment our diet, be able to eat things that we couldn't otherwise eat and survive on them, or who knows what. So can we crossbreed with a firefly, or with a pine tree, or whatever the case might be? Well, not entirely, and not directly, and not in the usual way, but in the same sense, cars don't have sex with each other to produce future offspring, but car designs can get merged with other car designs and come up with a future car that is a hybrid of two existing cars. A very broad example of that is the idea of a hybrid electric car that has both an electric motor and a gasoline powered engine, or diesel powered engine. These things already exist. We have hybrid vehicles that are mergers of different kinds of vehicles. And again, the word kind is vague, but it's useful when you want to talk about things in vague terms.
I guess when you put it that way, yes, it is. So my bad on that part.
No, nothing wrong there. I'm not sure quite what you were getting at. I mean, I think what you were saying is that they were making a mistake in talking about evolution in that way. And yeah, again,
so
if they're conflating that with a kind of evolution that isn't, then they're making a mistake. If they just want to talk about that as this is evolution also, yes, it is.
Interesting. And speaking of which, I know that this is a really dumb question. Can a bear and a canid, like a dog, or like a dog, for example, can they mate with each other?
Well,
because they are technically
they have very similar physical parts, so yes, they would be able to mate with each other. Whether or not they could produce an offspring, and of course the size matters and things like that, but I mean, if two of them were reasonably compatible physically, sure, they could mate with each other. Would they produce an offspring? It's kind of unlikely, I would say, but not impossible. And if they did produce an offspring, would that offspring be viable to adulthood, and would it be able to produce offspring of its own? Again, the odds are against it, but it's not a zero probability.
Well, because technically speaking, dogs and bears used to be related to each other. If I'm not
they still are,
right? Oh,
yeah,
they are.
They're still, well, I mean, fruit flies and humans are still related to each other.
Yeah.
A pine tree and an elephant are still related to each other, and that was Kent Hovind's, when Kent Hovind debated Aaron Ra, and Aaron asked him to bring up to think of two things that scientists would consider closely related, that he would consider to be two different kinds. That was the best he could do for closely related, according to scientists, is a pine tree and an elephant. Well, yeah. They're closely related if you consider both being eukaryotes to be a close relation. I wouldn't consider that a close relation.
Yeah, Aaron Ra's pretty good as well.
Oh yeah, Aaron's great. Shout out to Aaron's channel, by the way. Anybody who doesn't know of it, it's ARONRA, and I highly recommend checking out his channel if you haven't already done so. And if you have, and it's been a while, check it out again.
He really embarrassed the hell out of Ken so much. I wish he can debate. I wish he can embarrass him again. I wish you can embarrass him more.
Well, I could. I don't see much need to put effort into it. I mean, I didn't do it to embarrass him. That wasn't my purpose behind it. Like I said, my main purpose was he needed to be corrected, and the ways that he's fooling people need to stop. And so I wanted to teach him, but I also I chose to do the debate because I was because somebody was asking, people were asking on the Modern Day Debate channel, they were asking, when are you gonna have Kent Hovind on to debate again? And he said, well, as soon as we can find someone willing to debate him. And I saw that as an opportunity to teach Kent Hovind a few things publicly, you know, so that at least there will be some people who know he's learned those things, as opposed to the things that I've taught him, you know, over the phone in private, that you know, he could pick and choose. He could cherry pick what stuff of that he wants to use in his sermons, and then kind of throw the rest out as if he hadn't learned it. And that seems to be what he's chosen to do.
Well, the problem is he doesn't listen. That's the problem with that. He does not listen. Even if you try your hardest and like very best, he will not listen.
I wouldn't say that. I think he listens.
When I talked to him in private, he did listen, and he does some listening also, even while he's debating. He listens enough. It seems he listens enough to be able to respond in such a way that it sounds like he's responding to what was said, and then he'll drift it off as quickly as possible into wherever the next part of his sermon was. It's basically a rehearsed sermon, you know, broken up into segments, and he's learned how to, you know, like use everything as a segue into the next part of the sermon. So yeah, he does listen. What's that, Don?
The thing is with Kent is he's fantastically ignorant, and times that by 10 for his arrogance.
Willingly, no less. I mean, I think he actually knows stuff that he makes himself out not to know, and he like chooses to play the part of being ignorant of things that I don't think is really actually ignorant of, and he encourages other people to do likewise, both in the sense of actually being ignorant of those things and staying that way if they happen to be, but also in the sense of you know, if they do find out those things, to pretend they didn't.
Exactly. He's not a stupid person. He's Kent. I'll give him that.
Well, I mean, he is kind of stupid at times.
Oh yeah,
he's stupid at times.
He's highly intelligent, but he's an idiot.
It's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it?
Well, stupid is as stupid does, as Mrs. Gump says.
Well, he's probably the stupidest. I mean, he's probably the smartest idiot that has ever known. You could say.
Yeah. Run, Kent, run!
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to pass judgment one way or the other. I mean, he is what he is. Like I said, it seems to me, and I will say that much, it seems to me that he is smarter than he makes himself out to be, in a lot of ways, in a lot of areas, and not nearly as smart as or as educated as he makes himself out to be in quite a few others. You know, the whole thing, it's all deception. It's, you know, it's pretend to know things he doesn't know, and pretend not to know things he does know, and pretend to have all of the answers to things that he has no answers to, and pretend not to have any of the answers to things he actually has answers to, and doesn't like the answers to, and doesn't want other people to know about.
Well, I had the privilege a couple of months ago of being on a live stream with Oren Ra, and I asked him this very question. I said, "Will you debate Kent again?" He said, "No, never." And I didn't ask him the question what I wanted to ask him, which was, "Are they going to do? Is Dillahunty and Seth Andrews going to do another Unholy Trilogy world tour?" I meant to ask him that. Well, I thought I'd ask him, would he debate Hovind again? And he
his reasoning behind that, and I don't want to misrepresent him. If he hears about this and I've got it wrong, he's welcome to correct me on it. But as I understand it, his reasoning is quite sound. That he doesn't want to you know, help Kent Hovind get more of an audience. And Aaron Rye has a big enough audience that if he were to debate Kent Hovind, it would do just that. It would help Kent Hovind to get more of an audience and give him a chance to fool more people. And even though it would most likely get some of Kent Hovind's followers to be unbrainwashed and leave the fold, so to speak. It would bring enough other people in to replace them and then some. So I'm not worried about doing that because I'm not that well known. I'm not going to bring that big of an audience. If I get to that point, then I will probably refuse to debate him for the same reason. But for
What
now,
about
if Kent Hovind wants to debate me, I am quite willing to do so. But I'm not going to debate him on something that the two of us agree on, because that would be ridiculous. I mean, like, for example, if he wants to debate on the idea of, will a dog ever give birth to a non-dog? Well, I say no. He says no. What's there to debate?
Well, why are you bringing me into your
Or I
nonsense?
should say, actually, I could debate him on that one. Come to think of it, yeah, not you, dog.
Oh, another dog. Oh, you mean the four-legged type?
The four-legged type, yeah. No, actually, I should correct myself on that somewhat. I've come across this before, and I should know better than to state it quite that way.
I do shit in the backyard, to be fair.
A pair of dogs, a mating pair of dogs, will likely never produce a non-dog. If a dog mates with a non-dog and produces an offspring, yes, they can produce a non-dog. But whatever it is, whatever ancestry they have in common, whatever clade they are both a member of, all of the clades that they are both a member of,
well, this is what I said earlier.
Will also be members of.
This is what I said earlier. No. Evolution is a process. It's not an event. It's a process.
Now can a Shire horse or a Clydesdale horse mate with a standard donkey or a miniature donkey?
Most likely, yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah. Equines are rather notorious for being able to produce offspring outside of their species, and occasionally even have those offspring be able to produce offspring of their own.
Well, because a Clydesdale is really big, like a big stallion, and if we're talking about like a mare miniature donkey, how is he going to the mating, he'll crush the donkey.
That's just it. The mating part is the difficulty. Have you ever heard of a Chidane?
What's that?
Here, I'm gonna run a Google search. Here, let me just share the screen, and I'll run the Google search, and here, let's see, share screen, application window. I've only got one application window. Share that, and I'm gonna just go over here and do what is a Chidane. I think I'm spelling that correctly. Here. What is a Chidane? Overview. What is a Chidane? Oh, I missed a hyphen. As the name implies, this designer dog is a mix between a Great Dane and a Chihuahua. Like most mixed breeds, there isn't much history or documentation on when they were precisely created. Fortunately, getting to know each parent breed will help us better understand the hybrid offspring. Meet the unbelievable Great Dane Chihuahua mix dog. There's going to be other things, and you can do your own research on it. But I forget whether it's the male Chihuahua and it's got to be the male Chihuahua and the female Great Dane, because the puppy would be problematic growing up inside the Chihuahua. But it has been done both ways, and obviously one's going to be more problematic than the other one because of the size of the puppy, and they probably have to be removed by C-section. But such breedings have been done, and the dogs won't generally do it on their own. But that doesn't mean that it can't happen.
Well, it's your cunt in chat basically got there before I could say it.
Well,
a donkey and a horse produce a mule.
Well, that also depends on the donkey. Like, let's just say, if it's a miniature donkey, forget it. A miniature donkey will die. Like the female, she would die. Have a C-section.
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, that's the whole thing, because the offspring is going to be a mix of the genes of the parents, And which one was the male and which one was the female makes a difference in which genes they can get, because there are certain genes that can only be found in the male in mammals. And
like you said, with the chihuahua, with the like if it was that female chihuahua,
if the puppy is going to get big enough to kill the mother before it can be born, then you've got a problem. It means either the puppy is going to be born prematurely, or it's going to have to be taken out surgically, or the mother and puppy are both going to end up dead, or in the case of other things that don't make puppies, whatever you call their offspring,
And it's probably the same with the miniature donkey with the foal inside, right?
In general,
because miniature
probably.
Donkeys are pretty small.
Right, but here's the thing: depending on which genes are inherited, and I don't know in that particular case, but it's entirely possible that the offspring of that crossbreeding might not produce a baby that's too big for that miniature donkey to carry to full term. And it's kind of a cruel experiment to try on the miniature donkey. I mean, if they try it themselves, that's on them. But this is probably one of the reasons why living things tend not to be attracted to do that sort of stuff with things that they're too terribly different from. Because historically it hasn't tended to work out that well, and any natural urges to do such things tend not to be inherited as a result.
Now could a hybrid breed with another hybrid?
Or again,
let's
yes.
Just say
well, I'll give you an example that's easier than animals. I'll give you an example that's easier than animals, and Kent actually brought this up during our debate. The wild cabbage, Brassica ouracea, has many cultivar descendants. These are cultivated varieties, and some of these cultivated varieties have been intentionally isolated from their relatives, and they've carefully kept them from interbreeding with others so that they can develop specific traits. And when you do monocultural farming, when you raise a whole farm of just one plant, that's pretty easy to do because there's nothing else around for it to crossbreed with. So they didn't really even have to think about it. They just go, well, I like the way this plant turned out, let's make more of this. But now, we can take broccoli and cauliflower and we can crossbreed them together. And then we can take that crossbreed and we can crossbreed that with kale. And the plants don't have a problem with that at all. But keep in mind, these are all the same species. So they're very closely related. Now, if you're talking about, if you're talking about something less closely related, like say, for example, a wolf and a fox, well, if you breed a wolf and a fox, what you're going to get, if you get anything alive at all, you're going to get a canine. In other words, a dog, but not the domesticated dog that we're used to calling a dog. You're going to get a canine, or because a dog is a canine and a fox. I mean, a wolf is a canine and a fox is a canine. A domesticated dog is a wolf. Well, what we call a domesticated dog is really a domesticated wolf, and a domesticated fox, of course, is still a fox. But domesticated foxes are quite different from the wild fox, although they're still the same species, and there's not a lot of genetic difference.
I mean, for example, I'm not a tiger. A liger mates with a tigon. Now, could that work?
There actually have been such crossbreedings, yes.
I mean, of a liger and a tigon.
Yeah, the odds are low. The odds of it being successful are low. But the thing is, every successful such crossbreeding, that's one of the cases that made it. Failing is the usual. Failing is the expected thing. Making it is the exception. But once you have the exception, you have one that already has the genes for that exception. And now, one of the problems you can run into, depending on what the crossbreed is, sometimes you'll end up with one parent has one number of chromosomes and the other parent has another number of chromosomes. And then after they crossbreed, you've got an unmatched chromosome. And, that can be problematic when it comes to, trying to produce, viable zygotes to produce, an offspring from. That your gametes are likely to have trouble developing correctly. But then there's also the occasion where a chromosome will create a duplicate of itself, so to speak, where you end up with an extra chromosome, like in the case of Down syndrome. So if you have one parent has one more chromosome than the other, and then that extra chromosome were to duplicate itself, so you now have two copies of that chromosome, that becomes less problematic. So there's a lot of complicated stuff involved, and I am by no means an expert on this stuff. I know a lot about it, but there is a lot more to know than I know.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also, like, what about like a species mates with a subspecies, and could you still call it like as like a purebred or something, or like a hybrid?
If the species
like
mates
for
with the
example,
subspecies, you get the species. If the genus mates with the species, you get the genus.
I mean, for example, if you try to breed, I don't know, an African lion with an Asiatic lion, for example,
you'll get a lion.
Could that? Oh, but what would you call it then? I
Well,
mean,
that's a matter of
still be a
that's a
lion.
matter of naming. That and nomenclature can be tricky. I mean, we can call it what we want. We could call it a porcupine if we felt like it, but the name's already been taken. Wouldn't make any sense. I mean, the first thing I would call it is a lion, because that's obvious. It's a lion, and if you want to look at what it is from a cladistics point of view, it's a simple matter of recognizing that whatever clade. Oh, you might want to bring your camera down just a little bit, by the way, because you're like way on the bottom of your picture.
Oh,
yeah, that's better.
Sorry.
At any rate, from a monophyletic cladistic point of view, each thing that is born, each living thing that is born, that is conceived in a monophyletic way, is the offspring of all of the clades that its ancestors were, and therefore is a member of all of those clades. Now, if you take two clades that have diverged from a single clade, and you mate those two together, and you successfully produce an offspring from those two diverged clades of that ancestral clade, the offspring will be that ancestral clade. It will no longer be distinctly a member of one or the other of those two clades. It will be a member of a crossbreed of those two clades. And there are ways of connecting such things and saying, there are some naming conventions already for like hyphenating names and using portmanteaus and stuff like that. I don't think anything's been fully standardized to the point where we can just say, well, we have this one way and we can do this with the names. And I don't think we ever will, because the number of things you can hybridize that way are completely endless. So it makes more sense to reserve naming things for when we have enough of something that we really need a name for it. And then when we do name it, if possible, to give it a name that isn't, formed in such a way that that another thing that was formed the same way but isn't the same thing would end up with the same name. Because if you, I mean, otherwise, I mean, as an example, give example what I'm talking about. Like when they talk about a liger, generally speaking, this is that kind of breeding is being discouraged. The crossing of a male lion with a female tiger, that kind of thing is being discouraged. It's not something that it's recommended that people do. And when we get that kind of a crossbreed, it is generally first generation, meaning that this isn't a liger that had liger parents. It's a liger that had a lion parent and a tiger parent. But in the case of dogs, when they crossbreed two dog species together to try to, or not species, two dog breeds together to make a new breed, or the same thing with the with the plants. If you crossbreed two cultivars of Brassica ouracea together to get a new cultivar of Brassica ouracea, what you first get is somewhat unpredictable. You know certain things about what it's going to be, but exactly what mix of genes you're going to get, you don't know. But if you do that twice, and then you crossbreed those together, and maybe do it a third time, crossbreed those together, you make a small population, and then you let that population reproduce and reproduce and reproduce, and eventually end up with a gene pool for a specific set of descendants of a crossbreeding. If you then go and make a second subset, you've got this one group that came from maybe 3 or 4 crossbreedings of done in the same way. You make another set done in the same way. They get a different mix of genes, and you let those go generation after generation after generation as well. Yes, if they started from the same ancestral type of crossing, they're probably going to be genetically compatible enough with each other that you could breed the one group with the other group and easily make an offspring that would be a mix of those two groups. But the thing is, the two groups were both made the same way. So, like, for example, the case of ligars, if you took ligars with certain traits and bred for maybe certain other traits, so now you've got offspring, you've got descendants with this unique set of ligar traits that only ligars have, and then you do that in a separate group and you get this other set of traits that, again, only ligars have. Well, at some point in time, you got to be able to distinguish between, is it this kind of ligar or that kind of ligar, and then you need separate names for them. And so even though their ancestry is they were both ligars at one point in time, and technically their descendants are all still ligars, you might need some other thing to call their descendants, which are now obviously different enough from each other that maybe if somebody maybe if one of them was maybe bred to be as big as possible and turned out to be this monster that and you might see in a zoo, and the other one, maybe they bred for getting smaller and smaller ligars, and they end up eventually domesticating them and making ligar house pets. You might not want to confuse those two.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm not like into that kind of hybridization, but it's interesting. Don't get me wrong.
Me neither. But to me, that is understanding that is a part of understanding how biological evolution works. I have said it many times before, and I will say it repeatedly again until the world has figured it out or until I'm dead. If you want to understand biological evolution, I believe the first important step is to understand evolution. You also have to understand biology. You can't understand biological evolution without understanding both evolution and biology. But I would say the first and easiest step is to understand evolution. Start there. Learn biology before or after that. You're going to still need to understand some biology, but you can have even a minimal understanding of biology and understand biological evolution pretty well. If you don't understand evolution, which is a very simple thing, if you fail to understand that simple thing that is evolution, then you're not going to understand biological evolution, no matter how much you understand biology.
There were some difficulties. I don't know if it happened to you or not.
You mean your stream just messing up just now?
It was, but
yeah, I saw it go like a little hourglass thing for a moment. I don't know how much you might have missed of what I was saying, but I was just saying, as far as understanding biological evolution, you do have to understand a certain amount of biology. You don't have to understand everything about biology, because not everything about biology is involved in biological evolution, but everything about evolution is involved in biological evolution. So first and foremost, learn what evolution is, and it's a real simple thing. Evolution is the accumulation of change. That's all it is. It's a process of change adding up. And if a person can understand that and grasp that, they've gotten the evolution side then all they have to do to understand biological evolution is understand how that works in biology. And that's what Charles Darwin set out to explain in The Origin of Species. And most of what he wrote, he got right. He did a very excellent job, and there was still a lot more to learn from there. So that is a good starting point. You know, if you first learn that evolution is the accumulation of change, and, you know, do some experiments accumulating change, like, for example, write a sentence. That's evolution. You start out by typing a letter. You got to start somewhere, and you type another letter. That adds a change to what you've got so far. You know, eventually you'll have a word. You add another word, that's more change. You add another word, that's more change. And as the changes add up, you eventually get a sentence, and your sentence evolved. And if you can understand that a sentence you typed evolved, or a sentence you speak evolved, and that evolution is happening all around us, once you've gotten there, then if you read Charles Darwin's book on the origin of species and put that in context and recognize that that book doesn't even mention the word evolution until the very, not at all. It doesn't mention the word evolution at all. It doesn't mention evolve or evolved until the very last word of the book. If you recognize that he's talking all about evolution without ever saying evolution, and you know what evolution is, and you know how evolution works, and you can, then you can start to see how he's explaining how evolution works, because people knew back then. It was generally common knowledge that life had common ancestry, not necessarily universal common ancestry, but they understood that life had common ancestry. They understood that life forms evolved. What they didn't understand is how that worked, because the understanding of evolution, and Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, like a year earlier, had released his theory of evolution as an attempt to explain how it worked, and he got it wrong. His explanation went a long way toward, giving people okay, well, if it works that way, that makes more sense than not knowing anything at all. But it was a wrong answer. That's not how biological evolution works. It does very well explain how some other kinds of evolution work. But Charles Darwin didn't exactly refute the work of Lamarck, or his way of explaining how evolution works, but he did point out why it's probably wrong, and he was right about that. It turns out it was wrong. But if you can understand what evolution is first and foremost, without the need for it to be biological evolution, and then understand how evolution fits into biology, you will understand biological evolution. The details of it can be very complex, and also there's some distinction even within biology. I mean, for example, evolution was used to describe the development of a fetus into an adult before it was ever used to describe one species evolving into another species, or rather a species evolving into a genus of multiple species. Long before it ever became something that was used to describe in common parlance how generational life evolves, it was already being used to describe how the individual life form evolves from zygote to death.
Interesting.
And that still exists. So if somebody is talking about biological evolution, and someone says, well, does that include the evolution of a fetus to an adult? Well, it depends on what they mean. And if they say no, it doesn't include that, then that doesn't mean biological evolution doesn't include that. It means the biological evolution they're talking about doesn't include that. That they're not focusing on that biological evolution. They're focusing on the distinct other biological evolution that happens over generations. And when you get down to unicellular organisms, you've lost that distinction. Every time the cell multiplies, that is a generation.
Yeah, Charles Darwin was pretty right. It's just that a lot of people can't think that Charles Darwin was wrong. He wasn't wrong. He was always right, right?
Can I just quickly butt in quickly and just say I'm gonna love and leave you guys. It's 2:30 in the morning. I've got a busy day tomorrow, and it was nice meeting you, Ryan.
No problem.
Always a pleasure, Dak.
Yeah,
Always
that's right.
pleasure,
You're like
mate.
8 hours off from me, aren't you?
Yeah. You're
pretty
East Coast.
far.
You're West Coast, aren't you? So
yeah,
West Coast USA, yes.
But I will catch you tomorrow.
All right.
You'll know that I'll be streaming again tomorrow. I would have thought.
Thank you for being here. Tomorrow. Let's see. Hold on. This was the morning. Yeah, tomorrow evening. I'm planning on scheduling one for tomorrow evening. This one was supposed to be morning, but I started it later in the day. So and it's running so long. So
well, I look forward to tuning in tomorrow, mate. As I say,
right.
Always my pleasure.
That'll be 10:25 p.m. U.S. Pacific time. So
all right,
I'm
mate.
planning on scheduling.
Well, I'll get the notification anyway. Yeah. All right, mate.
All right.
Catch you guys later.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.
Now, you were asking about if Charles Darwin got everything right. No, I don't think he quite got everything right, but he came pretty close to it. I'm not sure exactly what. Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything specific that he did get wrong, but nonetheless, I mean, he was doing some pretty groundbreaking work. So, I mean, I think it's safe to say, without even being sure that he probably did get something wrong. He probably would have, but yeah, he got the vast majority of it right. And there were some things that people take him as having gotten wrong, but only because they've seen quote mines and things like that and haven't seen where it came from. One thing I'm considering doing is actually doing a series where I read on the origin of species. Probably the first edition, maybe second. But to actually read that book in a series for people to hear it. I'm sure I might not do that because I'm sure it's done. I haven't looked, but probably if you run a search for audiobook Origin of Species, you'll probably find it. As a matter of fact, I could do that right now. Let's see. Do I still have my that thing? And if I go back over there and type, well, let's see. Let's go to YouTube.
Oh, after this.
Yeah.
Oh, after this, I'm about to leave as well because my phone's almost dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I should probably wrap this up soon. Anyway, I might want to try to get through some more of that live chat because I'm way behind now. I might just give up on that. Yeah. But there you go. There's a bunch of them. You run a search on YouTube, audiobook Origin of Species, and there's one 10 hours and 25 minutes long, one 7 hours and 58 minutes and 58 seconds long. Here's a playlist, full audiobook, 29 videos. There's another one, 7 hours and 58 minutes. Here's one, 23 hours and 12 minutes. If somebody wants to take it slow, I don't know, maybe they read it twice. But so yeah, if somebody actually wants to get the whole book without actually having to read that terribly long, there are audiobooks out there. I probably won't do the thing. If I do, I might do it with commentary, adding my thoughts along the way, rather than just reading it. But I mean, I would rather, if someone was going to do that, I would much rather it be someone like Richard Dawkins. I mean, he's a biologist, but then again, I would have a much different take on what to comment on than he would, because when he thinks about evolution, I think it's safe to say he's generally thinking about biological evolution. And Charles Darwin was talking about biological evolution, but I think there might be some valuable insight that could be added in talking about evolution in general and how that relates to the biological evolution being described without being named, in that book.
I see. Yeah, that's about to wrap up. Because my phone's almost dead. It's a pleasure to meet you, Donald.
Well, you're welcome to come back in here again sometime, and
yeah,
if you can bring any gods with you, better yet,
Gods. What do you mean gods?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the series is called All Gods Invited, so you know.
Oh, I mean like friends.
No, it's just gods.
Oh,
yeah, I mean
gods.
gods. Yeah, not guys. Gods. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
voice to text does that a lot. When I say gods, it puts in guys, and I'm like, no, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I'm not expecting anybody to actually bring any gods along or get any gods to show up. But that's because I don't believe there are any. You know, I mean, not anything I would call a god anyway. And I mean, if somebody wants to call themselves a god and come in here and talk about why they call themselves a god, that's okay. Had one person do that already, and that's fine. And you know, I mean, um, depending on what a particular belief set teaches, and if you believe that belief set, um, that pretty close to anything could be considered a god by somebody's definition of God. The word is that broadly defined in general usage, which makes it a pretty useless word in a lot of ways. And that's one of the reasons why I felt something like this needed to happen, to try to narrow the word down to where it's usable, where it's actually valuable for something. And couldn't get theists to do it, so got an atheist doing it.
Interesting.
All right. You got a leave button there when you want to go. You can click that, right?
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks for being here.
You too. Thanks.
Okay, so let's see. I'll go back over to the live chat. James W says, Donald, there are limits to evolution. Oh yeah, I read that. Do you think we'll ever get a pig as big as Texas? Nope, but it's not evolution's fault. Evolution doesn't have that limit. Biology does. That's a limitation of biology, and pigs are biological. So could it be done? Yeah, with a lot of work, maybe. But do I think it ever will be done? Probably not. Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, that was Dog sent me a message. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Itchik Hunt says, I don't think Kent believes his own bullshit. He's been doing it too long not to have learned something. Yes, I agree. And I wondered about that. I thought that was probably the case, but I try to give him the benefit of the doubt since I wasn't real sure. And after that debate that he and I had together, I'm pretty convinced now that he knows better. He's just hiding the fact that he knows better, because admitting that he knows better would leave him having to talk about things in a way that would show the people he's fooling out of their money that he knows better, and that the things he's fooling them with are foolish. So the Rivelin says, with the exception of bacteria, I don't want anything living inside of me. And yet, humans, a certain percentage of them occasionally end up with another human living inside of them, and that's not a bacteria. And for the most part, they seem okay with that. Some people not too happy about it. In one scripture, Itchik Hunt is saying, in one scripture, isn't Adam made up from crushed gods? Maybe. Not one that I know of, unless dust is what gods become when you crush them. Which scripture in which book and which part of the scripture? There's a lot of scripture out there. Was nice of God to make everything as Itchik Hunt again. I just caught the pun in your name, by the way, Itchik Hunt. I'm guessing that was on purpose. It was nice of God to make everything in 6 days and then name them after Odin and his family. Okay. Robert X says, I agree that the request for God to show up is silly, just as silly as asking Bigfoot to show up. Yes, Robert X, exactly. That was kind of my point. Yeah. Asking God to show up is only silly if believing God exists is silly. Or if believing that people actually talk to God is silly, more accurately, and hold conversations with God. That if you believe that God is regularly cited and conversed with, then asking God to show up should be no big deal. But yeah, asking God to show up is probably even slightly more silly than asking Bigfoot to show up. Because at least Bigfoot isn't made out to be something impossible or pretty much impossible or close to impossible. It's just a primate that has fur all over its body like most primates do, and larger feet than most primates. Gigantopithecus had some pretty large feet, and if I'm not mistaken, pretty much fur all over its body in general as well. Do we have, some descendant of Gigantopithecus still roaming around? Could be. And if they are direct descendants of Gigantopithecus, technically they would also be Gigantopithecus. But then they would be like a subspecies of Gigantopithecus or something like that. We'd still need a name for them to distinguish them from their ancestral form, unless they're just like them. But that's just about being able to talk about them and say, this group as opposed to that group. And that's just a, human language problem. Itchik Hunt says it's when a priest asks you to turn the other cheek. It's when a priest asks you to turn the other cheek, you need to worry. Okay. Robert X says, shouldn't that be cheeks? Okay. Scroll down a bit. Let's see. 12 segments on the fingers of one hand that can be counted in a thumb, the other hand. Oh yeah, the Riverland is talking about how you can use the segments of your digits for counting, and the 3 segments of each of 4 digits to get 12, and then you've got your thumbs. That's one way of getting a number system, and yeah. And our hands have been something, literally right there in front of our faces for very long time. That humans have had that tool with them to work with for as long as they've had that tool. I mean, it's not a tool that you can generally like leave behind and come back and pick up later, and still have it in working condition. I mean, if you leave it behind, it's probably not going to work right anymore. So we tend to want to carry them around with us. It's better that way. Belief. Black Atheist says the belief in a deity is ridiculous. Yeah, until you have evidence. I mean, if you have evidence of a deity, then maybe not so ridiculous. And some people think they have evidence, but the evidence they have isn't very good evidence, if it's evidence at all. I mean, evidence like, for example, some book claimed that some deity did certain things. Well, I mean, you have to establish there's a deity to do certain things before that makes any sense to believe, that there is a deity. I mean, if you're going to use the claim that a deity did things to back up the idea that there is a deity, you have to first start with evidence that there is a deity to back up the claim that a deity did things. So that becomes very, very circular if you don't have that actual evidence of the deity existing outside of the claim, that the implied claim that the deity exists, which is implied in the explicit claim that the deity did things. Rivelin says, faith, a convenient word used to equivocate between various meanings such as trust, believe, hope, loyalty, fidelity, often to justify gullibility slash credulity. Pretty much sums it up. Yeah. Jim the Atheist says, hello. If I don't know something, I say I don't know. If I don't know something, I say I don't know. Why do theists claim a God did it? Don't have the answers. I'm thinking there might have been a typo in that or something. I'm not sure if I'm reading it quite right, but basically same here. If I don't know something, I'll say that I don't know. And it is a good question. Why do theists claim that a God did it? When they don't have any evidence that a God did it. That's to explain how something happened by saying a God did it. That's really a non-answer. It's dismissing the question without being answered, and basically saying, oh yeah, okay, we got that covered. A God did it. Well, then ask the God how they did it. And they're welcome to come on this show and tell us, by the way. That's part of what this is here for. So if there are gods out there, they can come on and explain to us how they do all the things that people explain away by saying God did it, rather than actually explain by saying how God did it or supposedly did it. And if you add a little detail, like, you say, well, how did humans get here? Well, God did it. Well, how did God do it? With dust. Well, how did God do it with dust? Well, he shaped it like a human. Well, how did God do it by shaping dust into a human? He breathed life into it. Well, we can breathe air. Air is a thing we can breathe. Life, I haven't seen anybody breathe life. So what does that even look like? I mean, if you hold your breath long enough, you'll die. So does that mean air is life? Well, no, not really, because there are plenty of things exposed to air that are not alive. There are plenty of things with air in them that are not alive. I mean, take this plastic bottle, for example. It has water in it, about that much. Now, some people would say that's less than half full. Some people would say it's more than half full of air. Technically, it's both. And yet I can shake that up and the water doesn't come to life, even though it does get air in it. So, yeah. I am not too far away from me. But the Rivelin, Jim the Atheist, emotional reasoning and tribal loyalty are primary reasons, in my opinion. I'm going to try to skip down through some of this. Let's see. I don't want to die. I'm valuable and special. Something loves me. They say the sun will last about another 5 billion years. Oh, there's where we got to the Itchik Hunt saying they say the sun will last about another 5 billion years. That came up in the discussion while Doug was in there, and Ryan, I think, was in there at the time. Or maybe he wasn't in there quite yet. Not sure. Debate he did on SFT with Jordan was really good. Had him stumped with uranium. I'm not sure which debate that was in reference to. If anybody wants to, post, share with me links to some of those debates for me to look at. I can be reached on Twitter at Donald Kronos, and you're welcome to direct message me such things if you want to. I may or may not have time to get to them, but if you feel it's worth taking the time to send it to me, I will take into consideration that I understand that took time as well to to get the link and look me up and send it, and so try to make time to check it out. Robert X says almost 3 a.m. I'm out. Have a nice stream. Thanks, Robert X. Itchik Hunt says almost 2 a.m. here. Not far off myself. Later, Robert. Mr. Batman, Boyles, he speaks to people. Oh, is that what that was in reference to? The Mr. Batman debate on SFT with Jordan. Okay, so that one of the two of them apparently had the other one stumped with uranium. I guess that must have been Jordan and Mr. Batman. I'm thinking, but I'm not really sure if I figured that out right. SFT. I should know what that is. Standing for Truth. I think that's the channel, Standing for Truth. Ran into Standing for Truth once. He didn't seem to be standing for truth. Just saying. Doesn't horse and donkey produce a mule? They can. I'm not sure if it matters in that case which order they're in. If it matters whether it was a male horse and a female donkey or the other way around. Probably does. I think it does. I think one way produces a mule and the other way produces a hinny. I think that's the technical terms, and again, I'm not sure which is which. But I'm not an expert in that area by any means, and I don't use the terminology often enough to keep good track of it. So I may or may not be right about that. H. Hunt says Neanderthals could mate with humans, but humans couldn't mate with Neanderthals. Actually, well, I'm guessing it must be being sarcastic there, because I would think it should be obvious that it doesn't work that way. Because obviously, if one is mating with the other one, it's two of them mating together. No, it may or may not have been consensual by both. That's impossible to know looking back on what we didn't witness happening. I would hope it was, but Gently's channel says, I think most of those are sterile, aren't they? Yeah, when you crossbreed two life forms that are not closely enough related to each other to have a high likelihood of producing fertile offspring, you get a lower likelihood of producing fertile offspring. The more distantly they're related, and it isn't like a numeric thing. There are factors involved, specific things like how many chromosomes do they have? Do they have the same genes on the same chromosomes or the same genes on different chromosomes? And all kinds of things involved. But in general, the more distantly related they are, the less likely they are to be able to produce offspring at all, and also the less likely they are for any offspring that they do produce to be fertile. This is in general. There are specific reasons why the infertility happens, and the specific reasons why mating fails to produce an offspring. I mean, one obvious reason is, if you got sperm and egg involved, if the sperm doesn't make it to the egg, you don't get reproduction. But then even if the sperm does make it to the egg, the sperm may or may not be able to fertilize the egg for various reasons. And even if the sperm does fertilize the egg, again, depending on the particular sets of chromosomes that are involved, the egg might not go through the right initial stages of its development. You might not get the usual divisions that would lead to an adult of whatever it is that was mating. But even if it gets past those stages, things can go wrong in later stages, based on even such things as, like, was there some essential gene that maybe was on on one chromosome on one parent and on the other, on a different chromosome on the other parent, and that particular offspring got the broken copy of the gene from one parent on one gene, and the broken copy of the broken copy of the gene from the other parent on another gene. Maybe there were both working and broken copies of the gene in both things that are involved in the reproducing, and the offspring ends up with only two broken copies, and then it's got an essential gene that doesn't work. So there's a bunch of things like that can go wrong, and so yeah, the odds get lower, but does it ever reach a point where the odds are zero? I think probably not really. They just get astronomically small at some point. Nectonia says hello. Hello. Jordan versus Hovind debate on Standing for Truth channel. Oh, that's what it was. Jordan versus Hovind. So it was debating Hovind, not debating Mr. Batman. Jordan versus Hovind debate on Standing for Truth channel a couple of weeks ago. Worth a watch. Okay. Yeah. Male human couldn't mate with female Neanderthal. Well, I don't know, Itchik Hunt, whether or not male human could mate with female Neanderthal. I wouldn't see why not. I mean, Neanderthals were, I think, generally larger and stronger than humans, than the genus Homo. Oh wait, well no, I should correct that. Okay, it used to be humans. Neanderthals are humans by the modern classification. They used to be classified separately. How was that? I'm trying to think. Well, I'm not sure. My understanding of it is that the current understanding is that they are actually the same species, not the same species, the same genus as Homo sapiens. They're in the genus Homo, so it's Homo neanderthalensis. Homo sapiens is a different species in the same genus, but I don't see any reason, morphologically, why they wouldn't have been able to do that. And genetically, obviously, there were offsprings produced, but I don't know, I mean, what we have of evidence of that mating might be limited, as far as which genes we found evidence of that on, and if you're talking about genes in the normal chromosomes or genes within the mitochondria, those are separate sets of genes. The mitochondria are only passed down through the maternal side. That you don't get the mitochondria from the father. So that might be what you're talking about, where they, it wouldn't have stopped the mating from happening, but it might have stopped our ability to recognize, the Neanderthal. Well, let's see. Talking about male human could mate with female Neanderthal. Well, if they did, if the male human mated with the female Neanderthal, you could have got, a male Homo sapien, I should say. If the male Homo sapien mated with the female Homo neanderthalensis, then that would have the offspring would have had neanderthalensis mitochondria. If that neanderthalensis then mated with, if that resulting offspring, the hybrid, then mated with if a female offspring of that mating then mated with a Homo sapiens, you could get something that was much more Homo sapien than Homo neanderthalensis, but had the Homo neanderthalensis mitochondria. So I don't know if that helps at all. I'm not sure. Male Neanderthal could mate with female humans, apparently. Just what scientists say. I'm not a scientist. Yeah, I hope what I'm trying to explain might help to, maybe iron out what that was, because I'm not sure what it was that was said. But as far as figuring it out, this far down the road, I mean, there are genes that we can find that are, in one species or the other and not both. But we don't have a lot of Homo neanderthalensis genes to work with, as far as getting a. I think we've done a. I'm not sure, but I think we've done a full gene sequencing on Homo neanderthalensis. But with Homo sapiens, we've done that multiple times over now. So yeah, and when they say you've got 4% Neanderthal DNA, I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that. I think that's basically saying that there's that percentage of your genetics seems to be uniquely Neanderthal in that it came from that lineage, that Neanderthals, like all Neanderthals that we know of, had that, and that most Homo sapiens don't. It's not an easy thing to put numbers on, because the fact of the matter is, Neanderthal DNA and Homo sapiens DNA are almost identical. So if you just look at it in terms of what DNA do we share in common, it's nearly 100% of our DNA. And if 4% of your DNA is Neanderthal, as opposed to just Homo DNA, meaning just the genus DNA, if you've got 4% that's that species, that's a a bigger percentage than the difference between humans and bonobos. That's a lot of DNA. But again, I'm not sure exactly what math they're doing to get those numbers. That might be a matter of what percentage of the markers do you have, or something like that. I'm not sure what exactly the numbers are representing in that case. Yes, there was crossbreeding in the past between Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis. There is sufficient genetic evidence of that. Understanding the details of it, I'm not in a good position to explain all of that. That would be something to encourage someone who knows that stuff better than me to do. One person that comes to mind is Gutsick Gibbons. Can I here? Let's see. Yeah, Gutsick Gibbons channel. Her channel here. Let's see. Hold on. Can I? Erica. That's the name I'm used to thinking of her as, but her channel is named Gutsick Gibbon. I'm going to put that in the chat. Now, I don't know how much. I don't know how much she knows about the genetics, but I know primatology is her specialty, so she could probably say a lot more on the subject than I could, and explain it a lot better, I would think. And I could be wrong, but I would think. Yeah, I like Erica too. I find her adorable, but also very knowledgeable, and she does a good job of explaining things. So I don't know. First honest thing he said. More Cowbell says, I don't know. First honest thing he said. Well, if you're referring to me, no, I've actually said a lot of honest things. I don't know is just one of them. And there's a lot that I don't know. I try the best I can to speak only true things, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily know how to show that they are all true. Some of them, yes, I try to stick again with, in general, things that I can show to be true. but if I'm sure enough that something is true, that I feel that I can speak of it as truth, I'm not always going to necessarily know exactly why I think it's true. If somebody brings it to my attention, a specific thing, and says, why do you believe this thing is true? Then I'll think about that, and maybe I'll come to the conclusion that I don't know why, or maybe I'll know why. But that's getting into epistemology. And I just realized there is a way that I can change which stream I'm sending my chat stuff to on here. That's good to know. Is that true? Sure seems to be. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and close this live stream, because it's been going for a really long time, since like 1 something here in US Pacific time. So we're on, I think, nearly 6 hours now. That's pretty long. And more cowbell, thank you for your thoughts. Itchik Hunt, thank you for your thoughts, also for your participation. Everybody who's been in the live stream, everybody who's been watching, in the live chat, everybody who's been watching, whether they've been in the live chat or not, very much appreciate it. Really think it's it's nice that people are here, watching the show. So I know it's doing some good. That I've done a lot of shows that I've recorded and then posted without ever knowing whether or not anyone would watch them, and most of them have been watched, at least somewhat substantially. Some of them got no views at all. I've had videos that I'm pretty sure I've still got some videos out there that never got any views, except maybe me, if even that. And so that can happen, but try my best. And it is nice to know that at the very least, the effort I've put into this has been enjoyed enough by some people to stick around, and so thanks for that. Anybody who is not enjoying it, of course, they're welcome to tell me that, and then leave, or just leave without telling me, which is probably what's more likely to happen. But as much as I wouldn't like the negative feedback, it could be beneficial. So I'll encourage it just the same. That if somebody leaves because they're not enjoying the show, or because they're getting the opposite of enjoyment out of it, or whatever, it would be nice if they say so before going. So I'll encourage that. And if they can tell me why, that would be better yet, because then I can work on improving in that respect. I do have a lot to learn, and I hope in time, that I will get better at this. I can make little changes along the way, in how I do things, and I can, of course, accumulate knowledge and understanding that hopefully will help me do a better job. And that is how things evolve, just the accumulation of change. So thanks again, everyone, and going to say goodbye and end the broadcast. Goodbye for now.